Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to youtube.com/@Northstar Roller Derby. My name is Owen Money, and we are bringing you a triple header here today from the Shakopee Expo Center at the Canterbury Downs in, as I mentioned, Shakopee. Thank you so much for tuning in. Special shout out to everybody watching on stream. This is a sold out event, so you're watching it in the only way that it is possible to watch it at this point. So we appreciate you tuning in. We are starting today with Northstar Roller Derby Supernovas versus the Minnesota Roller Derby. Name of that is the Minnesota Nice. So this is Skates in the Swamp, April 6th, featuring all of those fancy people. Speaking of fancy people, this is the roster for the Northstar Supernovas. They are taking the track right now. We have number 009, Miko meets us. Number 011 is Baller. Number 1066, Sank Bite. Number 120, Face Melter. Number 14 is Judgment Bay. Number 15 is Daryl B. Blood. Number 16, Blue Barracuda. Number 1978, excuse me, Weird Val Shankabitch. And number 20 is Slim Sadie. Number 277 is Leisure Cutie. Number 3 is Super Hut. Number 300, Aerial Assault. Number 42, A Girl Has No Name. Number 666 is Sailor Doom. Number 8 is Batty Longlegs. And number 833, Bizkill. And finally, number 842 is Riff Track. They will be going up against the Minnesota Roller Derby Minnesota Nice. That is number 110, Anaconda. Number 13 is By Fietti. Number 137 is Cheese Louise. Number 17 is Ginger Snap. Number 20, Rollin' Riz. 33 is Little Rascal. 333, Lefsa Forward Dead. Number 511, Wheelie Nelson. 529 is Downtown Stabby. Number 616, Biz Quick. Number 65 is T-Rex. Number 79 is Catu. 82, Brutal. Number 89 is a Fanny Smack. Number 90 is Shadoo. Number 924 is Speed Rita. Number 981 is Dougie. Thank you again, everybody, for tuning into the stream. We love to have you. Feel free to sound off in the comments and let us know how everything is looking, sounding, feeling, and vibing. Thanks awfully to the Expo Center staff here at the Canterbury Expo Center. Love to be here, and it's lovely to be seen. Here's the Minnesota Nice rollout. Get that scoreboard back up there for you. So we do have some sponsors, our generous sponsors, lovely sponsors. We love all of you. Kim Monahan is your local Northwestern Mutual financial advisor who believes that everyone deserves a financial plan, and that's the starting point of any financial conversation should be with you, your life, your family, your priorities, and your goals. You can connect with her at the vendor tables to learn more about how you can build a financial plan that prioritizes what is most important to you. Monahan, spelled Monaghan. Another is one of our sponsors. Turbo Tim's has multiple auto repair locations in the Twin Cities, famous for their shop kitties. Turbo Tim's is committed to supporting fun, innovative, and caring causes to improve the community for everyone. You can meet the kitty crew and learn more at turbotims.com. Here come our skating officials. We couldn't do it without them, as well as couldn't do it without a whole lot of folks. And you'll notice that we do have quite a bit of officials. Roller Derby does take a lot of eyes in the sidelines there, making sure that everybody is doing things legally and safely. The reason for this is that when a whistle is blown, play does not stop. In virtually every other sport that I can think of that has fouls and whistles being blown, this is the only sport that does not stop when a whistle is blown. So we need to have a whole lot of people doing a whole lot of stuff. There are no pauses. Everything is just go, go, go. So officiating crew, Phantom of the Whistle, D-Rex, the Mad Statter, Rinky Tink, Dr. Dana, Bookham Dando, Sauerkraut, Gal Jazeera, Slay Station 2, Sear, Wandago, duly noted, Aaron Burr, Joss, Manny Shuvitz, Miller Lite, Power Trip, Rago Derby, and Tyler Milky. It looks like we are going to get straight off to the proverbial races here. Every now and then we have something called Derby 101 that kind of explains to you the basics of what is going on the track. I mean, the very basics are you've got 5 skaters per team out there on the track. You've got the 2 folks. Let's see if I can point. The camera's right next to me. All right, my arms aren't that long. Anyway, number 20 there for the North Stars is Slim Sadie. Number 17 is Ginger Snap. They're going to be the jammers. Now, their objective is to get through the pack, and the pack is the group of skaters that you see up front. They are by what we call the pivot line. There are 2 lines there on that first straightaway. The one that is nearest to the jammers is called you could probably guess it, the jammer line. And then the pivot line is way up at the top there. We'll talk about pivots in a little bit. So we've got all right, we've got a little bit of jostling there by Minnesota Nice. Slim Sadie is attacking the back of the pack, and Ginger Snap is going to be called for a track cut. A track cut is when you exit the track, whether by your own, well, you're not supposed to go out on your own, but if you get hit out by an opposing player, you must come back in behind the player that knocked you out or behind anybody that you were not already in front of. Another whistle is being blown. We have a direction of play block, which means it's not like the old days where you could just like skate in the opposite direction. So derby, as you can see, goes counterclockwise. And if you hit somebody going clockwise on purpose, that's called a direction of play penalty. And you're going to go sit in the box. The penalty box is on the other side of the track here. And you're going to have to sit there for 30 seconds. That was a great hit out there by what appears to be Dougie for Minnesota Nice there. Ginger Snap is out of the box and about to attempt their initial pass. Now, you cannot score points as a jammer until you get through the pack once. Slim Sadie has done that a couple of times, and she's out there for another 4 points. That's what's known as a grand slam. 4 additional points. We'd have another track cut against Ginger Snap. She Cola is one of the bench staff for the North Stars Supernovas, and she's given them the keep going. It's the circle around the head. We have another blown whistle here. We have another cut penalty being called there. That will be on Slim Sadie, so we can't not have a jammer on the track. So as soon as one jammer goes into the box, the other jammer gets up, and that's what Ginger Snap has done because Slim Sadie had to go to the box. So Slim Sadie can no longer call off the jam, so we'll be going for the rest of the 25 seconds here. It's the natural conclusion of the jam. We have another cut block here being called on number 314. That's Rude Barb for North Star. Slim Sadie's in the back there waiting for some offense to be played there by Slash of Vein for you. And here comes Ginger Snap trying to get some points on the board, and a quick little move to the outside and picks up 4 quick little points. So that nothing is for naught. 3 more points there being put up by Slim Sadie, and we're going to go to the second jam. Everybody following along at home? Any questions? Feel free to text them if you know my phone number, and I'll I'll shout them out on stream. Otherwise, you can paste them into the chat there and let us know how we're doing. Big shout out to a bar of their own in South Minneapolis, putting our bout on the big screen. Love to see that. So we've got Sasbury for North Star Supernovas jamming against number 65. Let me get out my handy dandy list of skaters here so I can tell you exactly who that is. But they are out for their lead jammer status for the Minnesota Nice. Ooh, big pile up there on the first apex. Okay, appears that I've lost my rosters, and we've got another track cut penalty. That'll be called on Sasbury, so that'll be a power jam scenario for the Minnesota Nice. And I'll try to pick up number 65's number as she goes by. Quick little anticipation there to allow Hitless to kind of skate right on by. And that appears to be T-Rex. T-Rex is skating around, picking up some points for her team. All the way to the back. So, yeah, to avoid a track cut penalty, you do need to come back in behind anybody that you weren't previously in front of. So if you are a sharp skater and you hit somebody out of bounds and you start skating in the opposite direction, that just means that they have that much more track to cover before they get back to the front of the track. And here comes Sasbury picking up a brutal hit from Brutal, who also goes out of bounds. And Sasbury able to pick up that not lead jammer status, but she is now able to score points, which makes T-Rex call off that jam. 5 points for the Minnesota Nice there, picked up on that jam, and it appears to be 1 point perhaps for the Supernovas, but we'll see. We shall see. I saw somebody hold up a point, but I am not in charge of anything here, so they can do whatever they want. All right, so for this next jam, we've got Lefsa 4 Dead skating for Minnesota Nice and Katarina Hit skating for the Novas. Lining up in a triangular position. There was a big shove there from Judgment Bay, thinking that Red Hot Toddy would have some kind of support there, but she didn't, so she unfortunately went all the way down to the floor. Here comes Lefsa 4 Dead around in a big hurry, trying to pick up some points there for Minnesota Nice. Katarina Hit is out of the pack, so the clock is ticking for Lefsa 4 Dead. Oh, last-minute hit-out attempt there by Red Panda, but Lefsa 4 Dead able to hang on for 4 big points, extending Minnesota Roller Derby's lead out to appears to be 13-7. Little Rascal, debut jam here for the Minnesota Nice, and here comes Slim Sadie. We saw her at the first jam for the Supernovas. Had some pretty good success until that unfortunate track cut took her out of commission. Slim Sadie able to find some daylight in a hurry and out for lead jammer status before they even hit the first turn. Not too far behind is Little Rascal. Moving those feet, trying to catch up, not even 30 feet behind Slim Sadie. Some timely offense there provided by Face Melter. Gets knocked to the inside after attempting an apex jump, and that appears to be a single point being awarded there to the Novas. 1.8 no points. We'll take it. Sasbury is back under the star for the North Star Supernovas, and we have 5-1-1. And I need to find these darn rosters. I'm sure they're around here someplace. No, that's not them. My kingdom for a roster. Minnesota Nice's jammer number 511 is able to provide some offense of their own before being offended there by hit list, and almost able to get that lead jammer status, but gets recycled all the way back to the second apex. Sasbury not having a whole lot more success against all 4 of the blockers there for Minnesota Nice. The pack, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the pack does need to stay within a certain number of feet of each other, or it's a no pack penalty. And lots of hits, lots of getting knocked to the inside there. Minnesota Nice's jammer once again in the back of the pack. Reached for that star pass, but very fancy footwork there on the inside, able to evade the North Star Supernovas blockers, picking up lead jammer status, but Sasbury is not too far behind. Let's see if Minnesota Nice can put some points on the board before Sasbury catches up. A lot of hitting and blocking happening there. It's a bit of a broken, mixed-up pack there, so that'll make it easy for the jammers. Chaos is jammer's best friend. Let's find out if Sass was able to pour on a little bit of extra speed there at the end. Yep, 2 points for the not lead jammer for Supernovas, despite Minnesota Nice having control of that jam. Cutting down on that lead, we have 10 points for the Novas and 13 for the Nice. All right, Ginger Snap is back, so is Katarina Hit. Katarina Hit for the Novas, Ginger Snap for the Nice. Ginger Snap trying to navigate her way through the back of the pack there. A strong triangle shape there being formed by the Novas. A lot of shuffling to the outside, falling down and getting right back up. Big hit there from number 1979, or 1979 Red Panda. Katarina Hit able to hang on long enough to pick up that lead jammer status. And we have a blocker going to the box for the Nice, making it a little bit easier for Katarina Hit. She's by 2, 3, 4 already. So that's a pretty quick grand slam there being picked up by Katarina Hit. Ginger Snap almost able to shuffle around the last of the North Star Supernova blockers, and a little apex skip there from Katarina Hit. Whistle is blown. Let's find out what happened. We have a back block penalty being called on. Drum roll, please. That is another Minnesota Nice blocker. So again, that's just 3 blockers there being eligible or on the track there for the Minnesota Nice. That'll be 3 additional points picked up by Katarina Hit. We got a lead change. Everybody loves a lead change. That means the game's close, and it's 21 now for the North Stars and 13 for Minnesota. Minnesota. Excuse me for my previous mispronunciation. But I'm back. All right, number 65, T-Rex, is back under the star for the Nice, and as is Sadie for the Novas. Let's find out. Be able to change. So a bit of jostling at the beginning of each of the jams there. It appears that each team wants to get the front of the pack, and if they can't, they try to jettison themselves from the pack so that they can get back and form a cohesive shape, as what is Minnesota Nice is doing at the back of the pack there, until some offense comes in, breaking up that shape, and there goes Slim Sadie picking up lead jammer status ahead of T-Rex, who is still stuck in the pack. Some pretty cohesive blocking here being played by both teams, honestly. It's once that offense starts coming into play that that'll mess up anybody's day, really. Here comes number 13 for Minnesota Nice, bringing the pack back up to 4 for the Nice, and going up there and playing some offense. Effective as always. So that'll be T-Rex out of the pack, able to pick up points. Slim Sadie either hears that or has some spidey track sense and figures out that that's what's going to have to happen here to call off that jam. Call it off she does before the Nice is able to pick up any points. 4 more for Sadie, so it's 25-13. Thanks again for joining us wherever you're tuning in, whether it's the mountains, the sea, mountains by the sea. It's a little Dropout TV reference for all you. There's and thank you to everybody for tuning in and joining us. And again, please sound off in the comments. You do need to subscribe before you can comment, but as soon as you click subscribe, we'll let you chat away. And we don't have moderators, so please keep it PG-13 in there. Thank you very much. Left the 4 dead for the Minnesota Nice as the jammer of note. And here comes Sasbury, able to squeak out of the pack there, able to stay in bounds and pick up that lead jammer status for the Novas. Skating around, there's already a shape there being formed by Minnesota Nice. That's great pack work there, great blocker cohesion, making that shape as soon as they know that they have to. And we have a track cut penalty being called on. Drum roll, please. Yep, that'll be Sasbury. So this will be a power jam scenario for Lefse 4 dead, and this is also going to be a full 2-minute jam. So hopefully everybody ate their Wheaties or whatever they're eating if you're gluten intolerant. 4 quick points there for Lefse 4 dead. And Martini hitless going to the box, which means that the North Stars are going to have to make do with only 3 blockers. Big hit there, trying to put a stop to that scoring pass from number 58, Salty Maud, on the Novas. Here comes Hasbury. She's out of the box and ready to score some more points. And there goes Sasbury, able to sneak around every single one of the Nice blockers and picking up 4 points. So, 2 minutes is a long time to score some points for either team, really. Lefse 4 dead looking like she needs a bit of offense there. That's a strong wall there being put up by the Novas. Martini hitless is going to be providing some offense for Sasbury. Lefse 4 dead picking up 4 more points. High scoring jam for the Nice here today for this particular jam. Coming back around, picking up at least 1 point, and up. That'll be a track cut penalty being called on Lefse 4 dead because they weren't lead jammers, so they couldn't call it off, and they committed a track cut and kept doing, quote, roller derby things. So if you're doing roller derby things as you're trying to, I'm getting ahead of myself. Point was, Lefse 4 dead may or may not be going to the box. It looks like, yep. So this will be a power jam start for the Supernovas and Katarina hit, and there's going to be an official timeout to review exactly what happened there. All right, folks, so you can avoid a track cut if you re-enter the track on accident. So if you noticed, Lefse 4 dead's momentum carried her through the apex, through out of bounds, and back onto the track. She then attempted to call off the jam, and that is considered a roller derby move, and then that would be considered a track cut. If she had gone back to the infield and then attempted to call off the jam, that would not have been a track cut because she's doing roller derby things, but she's not gaining an advantaged position by leaving the track and re-entering. Hopefully that is crystal clear, as is all roller derby rules. Again, any questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. We have a non-start here. So we have a little bit of a rules and points clarification here. We want to make sure that the people who are winning are actually winning. You know, the Yep, so we're just clarifying some rules here. And those rules are being clarified by our very capable and very detail-oriented officiating crew, who include our people who are running the scoreboard. Those are actual people running the scoreboard, and if you've noticed that the people holding up the numbers, etc., in the air, the jam referees who are looking at the jammers going by, those people are holding up the number of hips that jammer passed in that eligible scoring pass. So right now it is still just Katarina Hit there on the track. Lefse for Dead is standing in the box, so we'll find out. That won't take too long for Katarina Hit to get to the front of the pack. However, this is a no pack, so they can no longer block, so that'll be Anaconda likely going to the box for a blocking out of bounds penalty. Blocking out of play. Nope, never mind. That's Red Panda going to the box for something that happened. I didn't see what happened, but I'm sure somebody did, and that somebody was an official. Katarina Hit's coming back for some more points. Lefse for Dead is getting, well, that'll be Jim Ratt, number 44 for the Novas, picking up a high block penalty. There's Lefse for Dead going around and completing that initial pass, which means that she is now able to score points. Katarina Hit knows this. I hope she knows this. Okay, so she's getting the keeper moving symbol there from She Coli in off the bench there. Lefse for Dead picking up 4 more points. Katarina Hit still stuck behind a lot of the Minnesota Nice there. And now she calls it off. Picking up 4 points, so that should be a 8-4 jam. Yep, there we go. So 42 for the Novas, 30 for the Nice. Still a pretty close game. One of these, just one unlucky or lucky power jam can either blow it wide open or put it out of reach. So hold on to your hats. If they have stars on them, even better. Number 33 is Lil Rascal, skating for the Nice. Number 20, Slim Sadie, is going up against that blocker wall, that triangle, very capable shape there being played. Last minute hit out there by, that's number 79, Katu. I did get a list of names and numbers, everybody, so shout outs to our in-house announcers who had all that stuff. Slim Sadie with some very fancy footwork, picking up that lead jammer status about 30 seconds into the jam. Jim Ratt able to knock Little Rascal to the inside of the track, avoiding and not letting her get out for that initial pass. So that buys just even that much more time for Slim Sadie to put some more points up on the board. And points up on the board she is attempting. We've got a track multiplayer block there being called a number 90 Shadow, excuse me, I mispronounced that earlier. Not only do I have names and numbers, I also have pronunciation guides, so thank you everybody for all of that. Yep, Slim Sadie calling it off. I don't think Little Rascal is able to pick up any points on that. Nope, that is a no from Sauerkraut, the jam official for the Nice. Power Trip is the jam ref for the Novas. 906 Asbury. 906 Asbury is back under the star for Novas, and 511 Wheelie Nelson will be jamming for the Nice. And away they go. We've got a combined pack up there at the front. It's in the apex, which is good for your jammers, and that's pretty good for that jammer there. Number 511 Wheelie Nelson picking up lead jammer status on a fancy little star hop or apex hop there. Putting her shoulder into it is Sasbury and able to pick up not lead jammer status. We do have a forearm penalty, so that'll be the Nice skating with one blocker down. Called it off just in time as Wheelie Nelson. A single point there being picked up by the Nice. Oh, no, we got 2 points actually being awarded. I don't know what those circumstances are all about. I don't need to know what they're all about. As long as the people who know, that's what's really important here, isn't it? Number 17 is back for the Nice, as is 1300 for the Novas. Ginger Snap looking for the outside, getting bounced into the inside. Here comes Katarina Hitz. Stuck in the middle with nobody else anymore. She's out for lead jammer status. Yes, that is a dancing bear in the background. That is the Ursa Minor Junior Roller Derby mascot. So if you've got some little ones that want to perhaps partake in the glorious roller sport of roller derby, you are absolutely able to do that through Ursa Minor Junior Roller Derby. 4 more points for Katarina Hitt. Nice held scoreless. Nova's trying to push that lead out to at least 20 points because that's just fun, having a larger lead than a smaller lead. 65 is T-Rex. Up here for the Nice. Number 20 for the Novas is again Slim Sadie. Full contingent of blockers for both teams. They're both going to try to go to the inside. T-Rex able to get through at least her own team's, blockers. That's always nice to do. Bizquick trying to provide some offense there. Some pretty effective offense on a couple of the blockers. Slim Sadie is trapped behind number 981 Dougie, providing a pretty firm hit there, getting Slim Sadie out into the infield. Very split pack. We've got some bridges there being provided by a North Star and a Nice blocker. Bit of a pile up there being caused by T-Rex, and T-Rex is out for lead jammer status. No pass, no penalty there being called by Gal Jazeera. Here comes a star pass, the very first star pass of the bout. And aren't we lucky to view it, viewers? Jim Ratt now the jammer of note for the Novas. Coming around at speed, forcing T-Rex to call it off. A mere 2 points there being picked up by T-Rex. 2 additional points in that will put, whittling away at that lead. We've got 16 points separating these two teams. Novas hit 50. Nice is at 34. Left side 4 dead and Sasbury trying to do their thing for their respective teams. We have an official review being called by the Nice. An official review is when a captain or member of the bench staff, and somebody can correct me out there if I'm wrong, I'm sure I am, but that is when somebody out there disagrees with something that happened on the track, and they're going to go out there and they're going to say, I know we don't have instant replay, but here's what I saw. Please talk about it. Typically, it's to spring some of your players from the box. If you're able to, make a convincing case to keep, say, oh, this person didn't actually commit a track cut. They came in, but in front of this person that they were already in front of, whatever. Then you can maybe get that person out of the box. And in this case, what I'm guessing is they're going to be disputing any kind of points that were scored. Again, thank you for joining us out there in YouTube land. And we are apparently on the screens there at a bar of their own on Franklin Avenue in Minneapolis. And we're honored. We're very excited that a women's sports bar is open at the old Tracy Saloon location, I believe, is where that is. And a stalwart viewer, the captain or assistant captain can call an official review, and the bench staff usually has, one of the bench staff is usually the assistant captain, wearing the A, as they say, and they are usually the ones that call the bench. So shout out to Force Vector, one of our longtime roller derby community folks, and partner of Little Rascal. Official reviews are a great time to get in some. That's me putting a cell phone down next to a speaker, in case you're wondering what that fun little ticker tape noise was. whom have I not mentioned yet? We've got Tiffany D. Moore Consulting. Are you feeling stuck and frustrated with your job, role, skills, or organization? Tiffany D. Moore Consulting focuses on improving leadership skills, team engagement, and overall organizational effectiveness. Visit tdmoreconsulting.com to learn more. More with 2 O's, tdmoreconsulting.com. Whom else can we talk about? We have many generous and kind sponsors. 888 and 187 Killer Pads. Be confident no matter what spills you take. 888 and 187 Killer Pads are here to help you get right back up. Whether it's skate, bike, snow, water, or derby gear, 888 has you protected from head to toe. All right, the official review is coming to a close. The official review, thanks to October Revolution, our in-house announcer, along with Loose Change, they were looking for a track cut penalty to be called on that star pass, but no track cut call was afforded because, again, we do not have instant replay. So, Sasbury working on the Minnesota Nice in the back there, but not in time. Here goes Lefse for dead, having a pretty successful day for the Minnesota Nice, and there goes Sasbury able to pick up not lead jammer status after sustaining a hit from a Minnesota Nice blocker up at the front there. Lefse Fordette having to call it off. Picking up 3 points, though. Pretty good. All right, Little Rascals back for the Nice, as is number 1300 for Katarina Hitt for the Supernovas. All right, 5 seconds is called, and there goes. And the jammers are off. Both of them attempting to take the outside lane, and Katarina Hitt kind of sticking with it and trying to get around the Minnesota Nice blockers, but not able to. Number 616, that's Bizquick. Recycling is the term for that. Recycling Katarina Hitt all the way to the back and buying time for her blockers to reform. Little Rascal trying to make her way through the Nova's shape in the front there. Very strong shape being provided by what appears to be Judgment Bay, Salty, Mod, and Hit List. Anaconda, Bizquick, and... oh boy. Looking for those numbers. Oh, there goes Little Rascal with a Homerian Odyssey towards the front of the pack there, having to battle through quite a bit of adversity. And here comes another star pass. This is the second one for the Novas. So it'll be Hitlist being the jammer of note, and Little Rascal wisely calling off that jam after picking up a 1 point. Yep, so that'll be 38 for the Nice, 50 for the Novas. Wheelie Nelson giving a polite and friendly wave back to Slim Sadie, who I could only assume had a very intimidating look on her face. Slim Sadie's a very terrifying person. If you know her, you know that. All right, there goes Slim Sadie, able to knock number 13. That'll be, or number 137, I believe. That's Cheese Louise. Or 13, no, I'm sorry, that's by Fietti. By Fietti looking for a back block there, but one was not awarded. Slim Sadie able to stay on her tippy toes on the outside. Almost picked up all 4 points, but getting hit to the outside by number 90 Shadow and preventing a runaway jammer. Able to pick up 3 points, though, so Shadow probably holding on to her point. For that jam for the Nice. Okay, the Novas appear to be favoring that pivot line start, so as to maintain their position. They don't want to get jostled or messed around with at the beginning of the jam, because that's when usually when the iron is hot, so to speak. So Ginger Snap is going to try to follow Cheese Louise through the pack, and out goes Sasbury, able to find daylight on the outside and picking up lead jammer for the Novas. Ginger Snap trying to make her way through Rude Barb, Daryl B. Blood, and Killer. A star pass for the Nice. So that'll be number 616 Bizquick picking up the star for the Nice, and Sasbury calls it off after picking up 4 more points for the Novas. That'll bring their total up to 57. Just over 5.5 minutes left in the first half of the first bout of this triple header in Shakopee. Skates in the swamp. You may or may not see a Shrek around. Do not approach the Shrek. Ogres are grumpy. They do have layers, but they are primarily grumpy. All right, here comes T-Rex for the Nice, and 1300 Katarina hit for the Novas. Able to spy some daylight and make it out in time. Lead jammer status for the Novas. Some side skating and tippy toeing from T-Rex, able to juke around a couple of the Nova blockers, but still has to get through hit list and Salty Mod. And eventually winds up doing just that. Not lead jammer for T-Rex, and that'll put the ticking time clock on Katarina Hit. Calling it off just in time after picking up all 4 points. Dougie there looking for a high five, and, Katarina Hit's got other ideas. You are my opponent. No high fives for opponents. Thank you for joining us on our new home for North Star Roller Derby. YouTube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. Left Safor Dead and Slim Sadie. We've seen this matchup before. Let's find out how this one shakes out. We have a bit of a split pack here. So we've got 2 of the Minnesota Nice blockers in the back and 2 of the Minnesota Nice blockers in front, trying to provide offense to make Left Safor Dead's life just a little bit easier. Wow, very strong legs there, being able to shove her way past Jim Rat and pick up lead jammer status is Left Safor Dead. And meanwhile, Slim Sadie appears to still be stuck in the pack. I haven't seen a not lead jammer status. However, we do have a Minnesota Nice blocker headed to the penalty box. We do have a sponsor for that penalty box, and I will be getting to it. I promise. We do have another star pass being taken care of there by the North Stars, but Left Safor Dead picking up another 4 points for her team. And around they go. Finally out of the pack is the star for North Star Supernovas. Very fancy footwork there being performed there by Left Safor Dead, able to pick up 2 grand slams. 8 whole points there being picked up by the Nice. Those St. Paulites love to see it. Okay, I'm finally getting organized. It only took me the first half of an entire bout to get up there. However, we are in business. Little rascal for the Nice and Sasbury for the Novas, trying to get in the business of scoring points. Blockers wrangling their teams, trying to keep Sass and or Rascal from taking care of any business. However, that was some very fancy strategery and tactics there being committed by the Novas, and out goes Sass for lead jammer status for the Novas. Rascal not too far behind, just about half a track length. We have a whistle being called. It looks like a direction of play penalty being called on number 82, Brutal. Nope, excuse me. That was for Killer on the Nice, or on the Novas, excuse me. So the Novas starting at a bit of a pack deficit. They've only got 2 of their blockers out there out of an eligible 4. And the Minnesota Nice are, they're at full strength. So Wheelie Nelson trying to take advantage of the pack deficit. Katarina Hit, however, trying to provide some defense of her own, little jammer on jammer action there. Wheelie Nelson wheeling right along. I wish I knew more Wheelie Nelson songs. I know the guy, he's pretty cool. Not know him personally, but you know what I mean. Here we go. Katarina Hit stuck behind the full pack there. Katarina Hit able to now, as I said that, Commentator's curse is real. It is alive and well. Picking up not lead jammer status. Wheelie Nelson completing a scoring pass and picking up 4 points. Okay, here comes. This will probably be the last jam of the period. Period clock sitting at 20 seconds and counting. Here comes, and it's Slim Sadie versus Ginger Snap. So we're gonna go out how we came in. At least for the first half, we have a no pack being called and a repack being formed there by Hit List, providing a bridge. Hopefully the stream is still up for everybody. We had a report of an outage. Everything looks good on our end. YouTube says it's working. And I see the phrase excellent connection on YouTube. So we're going to keep going. Speaking of going, here comes Ginger Snap trying to keep going for the nice, picking up 4 more points, or picking up at least lead jammer status, and she's got a minute to score some more points. Another star pass has occurred, so Hit List is going to try to force the issue. Oh, very wise move there by Ginger Snap, able to duck and sustain a hit from, I believe that's number 7, Guillotina. Yep, that's number 7, Guillotina on the Novas. So sustaining a hit and staying in bounds and being able to call it off and pick up those points. So only 11 points are separating these teams. Novas 65, Minnesota Roller Derby, Minnesota Nice is at 54. So, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a halftime here. You can see the intermission clock is counting down from 9 minutes. So, more sponsor reads. Everybody loves sponsor reads. We have the P-Fund. The P-Fund Foundation is proud to partner with North Star Roller Derby. P-Fund Foundation is the Upper Midwest's LGBTQ community foundation. Check out their website, pfundfoundation.org, to learn more about their scholarships for students and grants for nonprofits. Which, if you were thinking about giving money to North Star Roller Derby, you absolutely can do that. We are a 501c3, so you can write all that nonsense off. Just give us all your money, and you don't have to pay taxes. I think that's how that works. I am a lawyer. I'm not really a lawyer. October. They don't even have audio at the bar, so...
Oh. Stop talking. What are you talking for?
Yeah, right?
They don't have audio?
They don't have audio at the bar, apparently.
So people have been watching the basketball games? No, but like, is the mic on?
Yeah, this stuff's all live. We're live. We are still live. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Okay, not me. So tell me.
Imagine live-generated subtitles for this. That would be a hoot.
Cool. Who is it?
For Ashley. Okay, so
Is this mic hot in front of me?
Alrighty, let me pop back in here with some more ad reads. We've got MP Accounting Services. Empower your company's finances with Northeast Minneapolis' premier queer-owned accounting firm. Our bean counters provide inclusive and personalized controller, payroll, and bookkeeping services for small and medium-sized businesses in Minnesota and beyond. If you know what pay control means, that ad is probably for you. Angry Inch Brewing, angry beer for happy people. Angry Inch has everything you could need. Beer and a dog-friendly patio. Take a trip down to Lakeville and check out their full-flavored, malt-forward beers. Thank you to Angry Inch for your money, sponsorship, and attention. Thanks for caring about all this stuff. It's all volunteer-run. This is real stuff that you're seeing out there. None of this is scripted, apart from all the ad reads and stuff. So, Baller's stopping by the announcer booth saying, "What's up?" That's exactly how she sounds. If you know her, you know that. I'm going to put the mic down for a little bit, enjoy the dulcet tones of the ambient noises that are happening here at the Canterbury Expo Center. You have some track maintenance happening out there. That is a taped down rope. If you didn't know, now you know. Oh, we shall return. Roller derby is imminent, friends. The intermission clock is now blank, which means we are coming back. We're back, everybody. Lefsa for Dead appears to be the jammer of note for the Minnesota Nice, and number 20, Slim Sadie, for the North Stars. If you're watching all this action and wondering, how in the world can I participate? You absolutely can. We've got, I know that North Star Supernovas have clinics coming up in April. I'll read out those dates here in a little bit. And Minnesota Nice, both of these, Minnesota Roller Derby and North Star Roller Derby, always recruiting. Whoa, a brutal hit there by Slim Sadie being performed there on Dougie at the back of the pack there. But Slim Sadie is all the way back of the pack. Lead jammer there for Lefsa for Dead. Star Pass has occurred, so that means Killer is trying to get out in front of the pack for the Novas. But Lefsa for Dead. Oh, Anaconda is way out of play there for the Nice. That means that Killer does, in fact, complete that initial pass for the Novas. Here comes Lefsa for Dead trying to get around Rhubarb and does. Picks up 4 more points and calls it off. Any points for the Novas? Yep, they picked up a solitary point for the Novas. So no lead, no problem, but only 1 point. So I guess that's kind of a problem. Sasbury and T-Rex trying to be problems for those who don't want points. Oh, no, T-Rex does not have a star hat. 5 seconds is being called. They have a star in hand. Oh, there's a oops, that'll be this will be fascinating. We're going to be figuring out how to unpack all of this. Should have been a timeout there being called by either one of those teams so that T-Rex could have a star hat on. She got the star in her hand, was on the track, and if she would have not cut through the infield, that would have been fine. She would have been able to just start from the back or from that turn and had to go all the way around. Yep. An official timeout is being called. We've got captains and assistants speaking with Wanda Go. That's one of our officials here for this particular bout. It's likely going to be a thing that happened. Oh, we have a delay of game, I believe. So that means the T-Rex needs to, I believe the term is seed position. And since she's a jammer, it's just fine. T-Rex dancing around behind, trying to make sure that the Novas don't know where in the world she is. And getting reformed there is the Nova wall to keep T-Rex from going much further than there. And Sasbury trying to make her way through number 90, Shadow, and number 79, Catu, and does, picking up lead jammer status for the Novas. Star Pass happening there for the Minnesota Nice. Lefsa for Dead apparently out of the box. I didn't see her go to the box, but that's okay. She just came out of nowhere. It's like magic. Roller derby is a kind of magic. 4 more points for the Novas. 70-58 to start the second half. Five seconds is called. We got Wheelie Nelson versus Katarina Hitt. Nice and Novas respectively. Katarina Hitt providing a Katarina hit to the Katarina side of number 137, Cheese Louise, and able to scoot out for lead jammer status. Wheelie Nelson taking off the star, preparing for a pass. Anaconda appears to be the pivot, and the pivot is the only person that can accept that star pass. 2 hands went out of bounds there for Wheelie Nelson, which means she has to come all the way back behind Jim Rat. We have a cut being called on Wheelie Nelson, so this will be a power jam status for the Novas. We do have a power jam sponsor, Museum Services. This power jam brought to you by Museum Services. Museum Services provides comprehensive fine art services to corporations, cultural institutions, auction houses, galleries, artists, and private collectors. Again, Museum Services. Katarina Hit picking up a grand slam there. That's another 4 points for the Novas, scooching their lead out just a little bit. Math is correct. That's a 16-point lead. If you're better at math than I am, you can correct me or agree with me. Whichever, that's fine. Katarina Hit shoving on the triangle of Bizquick and Roland Riz. The other blocker over there is Anaconda. Very spread out pack here. Oh, going in for a big hit there is Jim Rat and missing, and that means that Wheelie Nelson has completed that initial pass. Katarina Hit has had enough of it and calls it off. But not before picking up 4 more points. And now we have a nice, even, mathable 20-point lead for the North Star Supernovas. 20-point lead, number 20, Slim Sadie for the Novas. Loose Change asking if everybody likes roller derby and asking you to clap. If you are at your homes by yourselves, please clap. We will hear you. Ginger Snap for the Nice is going up against Slim Sadie, as I mentioned earlier. Ginger Snap picking up lead jammers. Oh, that's a track cut being called on Slim Sadie, so that will be another Museum Services power jam for Minnesota Nice. They're keeping that pack moving, these blockers are. Little apex hop there, able to avoid Salty Maud on the inside. Blockers here for the Novas, Guillotina, Rhubarb, and Salty Maud. And we've got Catastrophe, Bifietti, Speed Rita, and Shadow as the blockers for the Nice. Ginger Snap able to kind of pinball her way through the pack there and pick up 4 more points. It's a grand slam for the Nice. Ruining my simple math. Darn it. Shadow able to maintain that line, and in comes the 920. That's Speed Rita trying to apply another giant hit to Slim Sadie. Able to sustain it. Sauerkraut consulting with the outside pack ref Joss. Find out whether or not there were any points being scored there by Slim Sadie before the end of the end of the jam. I know words. I know what they're supposed to be and are. Rascal versus Sasberry. Nice V Novas. Minnesota Nice trying to fake out the North Stars by starting up at the pivot line. Nobody budged, and then the Minnesota Nice came back to provide some offense for Rascal, and Rascal takes advantage of it, and then she is out for lead jammer status for the Nice. Sasberry is still stuck in the pack, not completing that initial pass, and here comes Rascal to try to score some points against a solid Wall O Green. Ooh, very fancy footwork there on the inside of the line, inside of that second straightaway, and Rascal's picking up 4 more points. Red Panda trying to hit Rascal to the inside. Not quite able to, but does recycle her way all the way back to the front of the pack. We have a forearm being called on Red Panda. Ooh, a bit of a pile up there in the back. Rascal trying to make her way around Hitlist and Toddy. Hitlist putting those hips all the way to the inside line to make sure that Rascal can't get around. Here comes Sasberry out of the box. Cheese Louise, Anaconda, and Dougie trying to make sure that Sass doesn't make any progress. Sass providing a hit on the inside and trying to get to the outside. We have another whistle being blown. And that'll be maybe it's nothing. Nope, it's a penalty being called on Dougie and 4 more points in the meanwhile being picked up by Rascal. Sasberry completing that initial pass and ready to score some points if Rascal will allow it. Rascal knifing her way through the Supernovas for 4 additional points. Very successful jam there by Rascal, cutting that lead down to No, it's not a lead cut down. That is a lead change. Giant jam there by the Minnesota Nice, taking advantage of some possible discombobulation. That's my college word for the day. That's all you're getting out of me. Forcing the Novas to call a timeout. This is the first team timeout being taken by either team. You'll see that we've got some helpful flashing dots to the right of the scores for each of the teams. The bottommost dot there is, or the white dot is their official review. If that starts flashing, you know that one of these teams has called it, and if that goes away, that means they did not retain their official review. It was not successful. West Photo, for more than 40 years, West Photo has been the photographer's photo store. West Photo has the equipment, knowledge, and service that you can only get from people who are part of the photographic community. It's in Northeast Minneapolis. A rolling whistle means we have but a mere 5 seconds, as called by D-Rex there at the top. Left the four dead, jamming against Katarina Hitt. Left the four dead, trying to make her way through some daylight there, but very quickly stitched up is that daylight by Judgment Bay and Slash of Vane for you. Jim Rad also being one of the blockers of note for the Novas. Face Smelter trying to provide some offense for Katarina Hitt. That looks like Brutal by Fietti. And then Shadow trying to provide that last bit of defense against Katarina Hitt, but Katarina Hitt able to pick up that lead jammer status. Left the four dead, just half a track behind and closing rapidly. While Face Melter goes to the box for the Novas. Katarina Hitt getting hit by Dougie there, forcing a call off, but picking up 1 point. 1 point for the Novas and no points for the Nice. Wheelie Nelson once again wearing the star for the Minnesota Nice and number 20 Slim Sadie for the Novas. Pack starting up at that pivot line. We're going to find out what each of these teams wants to do. They want to stay with their buddies, except Minnesota Nice once again going with this 2-and-2 scheme. We've got 2 defenders and 2 offenders. So that'll be Dougie and I believe that's Catastrophe for the Minnesota Nice, providing defense until they get back up there with the other 2 blockers. Oh, Wheelie Nelson able to sustain a hit and stay on balance and in bounds and getting that lead jammer status. For the Nice, we have a track cut penalty being called by 3 different officials, so it must have happened on Slim Sadie. So a Museum Services power jam for the Minnesota Nice. Bit of a spread out pack. We've got 2 of the the North Star blockers being held in the back there by the Minnesota Nice. And Face Melter being held in the back there. That's used to be known as getting goated, but I don't think they call it that anymore. 4 more points there being picked up by Wheelie Nelson. Salty Mud doing a cute little tiptoe move around Roland Riz to get back with the rest of her blockers. But that's the end of the jam anyway. So A for effort. I don't know who spells it that way, but T-Rex is going to be jamming for the Nice. We don't know who's going to be jamming for the Novas yet. Oh, it's still Slim Sadie. She's trapped in the box. So a Museum Services Power Jam is going to begin jam number 8 in period 2 of bout 1 of this triple header in Shakopee. T-Rex able to, well, there was daylight there, and the hit list got rid of it, and then by Fietti made some offense happen, and T-Rex is out. Speaking of out, Slim Sadie coming around, out of the box, trying to pick up not lead jammer status. Catastrophe running into her, and putting a stop to that pass. T-Rex trying to make her way around. We have a whistle being blown. We're going to find out what happened there. Okay, that was just a whistle for fun, because nothing else really happened. Slim Sadie took the star off, but her pivot is behind her hit list. Speaking of pivots, we have a directional play penalty being called on Brutal for the Nice, so the Minnesota Nice is down 1 blocker. Slim Sadie having a real rough time trying to get around Speed Rita and Catastrophe. And I believe that's Roland Riz is number 13. No, that's by Fietti. My bad. It's the only red helmet out there. You think I'd know this stuff by now. It's been a whole half hour. A giant hit there being performed by Speed Rita, knocking Slim Sadie to the inside. Daryl B. Blood providing the brace there for Rude Barb and Hit List, prohibiting T-Rex from proceeding any further and calling off the jam after picking up that Grand Slam, extending their lead to 14 points. Oh, they put more points on the board, so that's 17 points. Yeah, 17-point lead. No, 18-point lead. Haha, math. Love it. We have an official timeout being called. Official timeouts are always fun. Officials just trying to get on the same base as each other. There is no set duration for an official timeout. The longest official timeout I've seen was like 30 minutes. There was one skater who thought they were going to be smart and knock somebody out of bounds and skate backwards so far that they went through the pack, and like really nobody knew what was going on, and nobody wound up having any fun. So if you're a jammer, don't do that. It's no fun at all. We're here to have fun, right? More fun. Little Mighty Ducks shout out. Force Vector pointing out that we do have a palindromic score here. We have 79 to 97. Sasbury versus Left 4 Dead. We've got Novas for the Nice, etc. Red Panda starting the jam in the box, so that means Left 4 Dead only has to get through 3 of the Nova blockers. A lot of offense there being provided by 616. That's Bizquick for the Nice. And having to go back to play some defense because Sasbury is shoving against all 4 of them, all 3 of them now. Whistle gets blown. We have a direction of play penalty being called on 137. That's Cheese Louise. And out goes Left 4 Dead to pick up lead jammer status. Novas are back at full strength. And that'll be Sasbury trying to take advantage of that pack advantage, picking up not lead jammer status, hopefully for the Novas, putting a timer on how many more points Lefsa will be able to score. Getting yelled at to call it off she does. 1 point for the Novas, but 4 points for the Nice. Century mark has been eclipsed, and the first team to 100 points is the Minnesota Nice. North Star Roller Derby 20 points behind still. Trying to do something about that will be Katarina Hit for the Novas. Little Rascal there for the Nice, trying to extend the lead or at least keep it. Katarina Hit providing a hit and providing lead jammer status to the Novas. Little Rascal has the star in hand, but the pass has not yet occurred. And it looks like it was a bit of a fake out as the pivot is now behind her. Katarina Hit trying to have some more success on trying to replicate that easy initial pass that she had for this pass, but really not having a whole lot of success here. Maybe fishing for a stop block is Katarina Hit, but the pack is still slightly moving, so no stop block is going to be awarded here. A lot of great tripod action going on here. Tripod here being referred to by one reverse facing skater, 2 forwards facing skaters, and everybody's linking arms and trying to make sure that that jammer doesn't have much of a chance. That not lead jammer status has been awarded to Shadow, having picked up that star pass. Mini slam there being picked up by Katarina Hit. That's just 3 points, and I've only just invented that term. Probably doesn't actually exist. Who knows? Thanks again for joining us here at youtube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. Happy to have you on board with all of us. So between bouts 2 and 3, we have a star toss. It looks like a fun little. Anyways, I'll talk about that in a little bit. Jim Ratt jamming for the first time today for the North Star Supernovas, and Wheelie Nelson jamming again. Ooh, Dougie not quite able to shove. Jim Rat out, so Jim Rat's going to pick up lead jammer status for the Novas. Coming back around, looking for some points, chipping away at that 20-point lead that Minnesota Nice has. Bit of a juke occurring here. We have a track cut penalty being called on Slasha, so that'll drop the Novas blocker contingent down to 3. Brutal is out of the box, and that'll mean the Minnesota Nice will have once again 4 blockers to try to keep Jim Rat from getting anywhere. Some points for Jim Rat, that is 2. Most importantly, scoring points while keeping the opponent scoreless. Plenty of time left here. We're just coming up to the 14-minute mark. Slim Sadie versus Ginger Snap. We'll see how we go then. Slim Sadie getting hit to the outside, a little set up there by Ginger Snap, and then getting all the way out to the outside would be catastrophe, making sure that Slim Sadie is then trapped behind the 3 blockers for Minnesota Nice. Fietti providing some, what appears to be some pretty solid communication to the forwards facing blockers there. Shadow able to knock Rude Barb all the way out of commission and recycling her back. That'll be a successful star pass to Killer for the North Star Supernovas. Able to bruise her way through to the front of the pack, but not too far behind is Ginger Snap, about 40 feet or so. Trying to score points, and Ginger was told to keep going by the bench staff, and keep going she does. Picks up 4 more points. Able to avoid the hit from Rude Barb at the front there. Shadow knocking Killer to the ground and allowing Fietti to rejoin her to try to keep Killer from doing anything. Killer knocks Ginger Snap to the inside, recycles her all the way back, buying her team time to perhaps reform. We have a we had a penalty, not a penalty. It's when the officials blow the whistle and say, nope, sorry, my bad. That's what happened here. Ginger Snap is going to call off the jam after getting knocked to the inside by, that'll be Slash of Vane for you, Salty Mud, Rude Barb. 3 points for the Nice and 4 points for the Novas, looks like. Yep, so 90 to 112. Minnesota Nice really putting the foot on the gas here in the last half of the first bout. T-Rex versus Sasbury. Sasbury trapped behind Biz Quick, Dougie, and I believe that's Wheelie Nelson. There goes Sasbury out for picking up lead jammer status for the Novas, but not too terribly far behind is T-Rex. Bit of a busted pack there happening. Minnesota Nice reforming at the front, trying to keep Sasbury from scoring points. Runs into the back of the pack and calls it off. Let's find out if any points are going to get awarded there. That is a big nothing for both of those jammers after a big amount of effort. Sometimes that's just the way the derby rolls. Catchphrases, am I right? Lefse 4 Dead versus Katarina Hit. The entire pack is starting up at the front. It's a bit of a broken situation there. No shapes being formed yet. Here comes the 2x2 here again for the Minnesota Nice. They've had some pretty solid luck with that, except for when Katarina Hit sniffs it out and goes to the very front of the pack right away. So that's a very quick lead jammer status being picked up by Katarina Hit, and Lefse 4 Dead still being stuck behind Daryl B. Blood, Jim Rat, Salty Mod, and the 4th blocker for, it'll be Red Hot Toddy for the Novas. Katarina Hit not having nearly as easy of a time getting through the pack that time. She gets through somehow. Picks up 4 more points for the North Stars. Katarina Hitt shaking her head at whatever Lefsa for Dead did. I am not a lip reader, and it wouldn't matter anyway as she's wearing a mask. Rascal versus Sadie. Nice versus Novas. About one of the triple headers skates in the swamp. Shakopee Canterbury Expo Center. April 6, 2024. Anyways, here comes Jam number 15. Slim Sadie able to dance her way to the outside, but gets wrapped up in some additional blocking by Minnesota Nice, but able to outskate it. Here comes Anaconda, also skating out of bounds, but providing a little bit of a hit just to let her know that she's still there. Little Rascal, about 50 feet behind. Sadie's going to try to hit it and quit it. That's score 4 points, or just hit to the back of the pack and find out what happened there. 0 black, and we're going to find out whether or not Slim Sadie's going to get called for a track cut penalty there at the end. One point there being scored by the Novas. So let's go back to D-action here with Wheelie Nelson for the Nice, Sasbury for the Novas. 5 seconds get called by D-Rex. The pack backs up. Wheelie Nelson changing positions there at the dead last second, trying to make her way around. Sure does. Does the side-to-side to out maneuver, and out she goes. Lead jammer status for the Nice. Sasbury able to just make her way past the rest of the pack there for the Novas and picks up not lead jammer status, but picking up 4 more points is Wheelie Nelson. Calling it right off. 4-0. 21 point lead? 21 point lead. For the Nice, maintaining that lead. Here comes Ginger Snap versus Katarina Hitt. Again, the entire pack is starting up at the pivot line, waiting for that 5-second call. The 2-on-2 here is once again happening. My gut is telling me that is that's kind of like a if-then situation. Like if we're all starting at the front and then the 5 seconds is called and nobody does anything, then the 2 Minnesota Nice blockers will go back to play some defense while the other 2 stay up in front to provide some offense for their jammer when or if they get there. Katarina Hitt shoving against that triangle of the Minnesota Nice blockers. Biz Quick, Dougie, and 2 other blockers whose numbers I cannot see at this point. Though we do have Roland Riz. Strong blocker formation happening up there. Here comes Salty Maud providing some offense. Biz Quick and Roland Riz unable to stop Katarina Hitt for much longer, but they did a very good job doing that for as long as they did. Katarina Hitt picking up lead jammer status. Star pass may have occurred. It sure did. Here comes 616 Biz Quick accepting that star pass for the Minnesota Nice. We've got some offense being played there by most of the wall there for the Novas. Picking up no points, however, on that pass was Katarina Hitt. Slim Sadie versus Lefsa for Dead. Novas versus Nice. Again, pack starting all the way up front there. When 5 seconds is called, we'll see if my strategery call is correct. It's not. It's fine. It's whatever. All right, we got 3 blockers there that Slim Sadie needs to get by, and an offender there for the Nice up in front for Lefsa for Dead to take advantage of, and does. Making sure those twinkly toes stay in twinkly bounds and picks up lead jammer status. Oh, there goes Slim Sadie, almost able to pick up not lead jammer status, but gets knocked to the inside at the dead last second. Star in hand, perhaps, faking out a star pass. Killer is sitting at the front of the pack there waiting for that star pass if and when it occurs. We do have a whistle being called. Track cut penalty being called on the pivot. That'll be Shadow for the Nice. Slim Sadie then only needs to get through 3 blockers. Yep, so it's a bit of a standstill happening here. Face Melter trying to go back and provide some offense for Slim Sadie. Provides enough confusion for that star pass to occur, so that'll be Killer being the jammer of note. Left of 4 dead being told to just run it. Just run it. Trying to put a nail in the coffin here. There's under 5 minutes left and almost a 30-point lead here for the Minnesota Nice. So they're just going to try to run the clock. Left of 4 dead finds some. Able to stay in bounds. Fancy footwork there being provided by Left of 4 dead, and 4 more points there for the Minnesota Nice. Killer picking up some points there for the Novas, though. We've got the stop. Call it off with both hands. Does Left of 4 dead after a pretty lengthy jam. 3 points being picked, additional 3 points. So their North Star is now across the century mark, sitting at 102. 128 for the Nice. T-Rex versus Sasbury. Nice versus Novas. Here on the new home for North Star Roller Derby. YouTube.com/@North Star Roller Derby. A little bit of jostling for a position there at the back. T-Rex not able to quite make it out in time. Nearly baiting out a start or a track cut penalty there was Sasbury. But Sasbury gets back to work trying to get around Dougie. Able to and does. Plays up lead jammer for the Novas, but T-Rex trying to play spoiler here for the comeback on the Novas side. And Sasbury getting knocked to the outside and being forced to call it off after Dougie picking up her revenge. 2 points there being scored for the non-lead Nice and only 1 for the Novas. James Rathew, a.k.a. Jim Rat, putting the star on for the Novas. And here comes Rascal again for the Nice. Rascal having a very successful afternoon here in Shakopee. Not 5 seconds is called. All the blockers are up at the pivot line. We're going to see how these shapes wind up. Jim Rat taking advantage of her perfectly legal right to hold on to the jerseys of her own teammates to stay in bounds there. And trying to beat out Dougie, and does. Picking up lead jammer status for the Novas. She got a long road to hoe here as 31-point lead to separate. There's 31 points separating these two teams. And looks like Salty Mon got caught up on her own skates there for a second when I was unable to go back to the inside to keep Rascal from getting out and getting non-lead jammer status. Let's find out how many points Jim Rat was able to put up, and it was 3. The number is 3. 28-point lead now for the Minnesota Nice. Just under 2 minutes here, so unless there is an absolutely record-setting, historic, earth-shattering jam here by Katarina Hitz, this could be the last jam of this particular bout. We'll find out. The jam clock does supersede or take precedence over. Oops, there's a bit of a Wheelie Nelson nearly had lead jammer status, which would have put the nail in the coffin for this particular bout. Katarina Hitt not quite able to stay in bounds and gets recycled by Bizquick all the way to the back. So Wheelie Nelson getting some offense there being played by Bizquick. Seems to be all over the track. We have a multiplayer block penalty being called by by one of the, that'll be Dougie going to the box, and lead jammer status being picked up by Katarina Hitt. 25 seconds between period clock and jam clock. So we have a potential for a couple more jams maybe, depending on when these do get called off. We have a back block penalty being called on Katarina Hitt, so that is going to be that. We will let this jam most likely expire as neither jammer can call the jam off. Bit of a shove there being sustained by Wheelie Nelson, and a big hit being provided by a hit list. Head over heels go both skaters. A hit there being provided by Bizquick, I think. Yep, Bizquick picking up a forearm penalty for her troubles. That'll be hit list falling to the track and tripping up Wheelie Nelson. Wheelie Nelson looks like she's had enough of this. Trying to get around that wall of green. Katarina Hitt trying to do the same, trying to gum up the works there. Catastrophe sniffed that one out, though, and Katarina hit, or Cheese Louise, excuse me, was sniffing that one out and tried to keep Katarina Hit from picking up more points. But there goes Katarina Hit, picking up 4. Attempting to chip away at this big old lead, but she's only got 5 seconds to do it. So, Bisquick almost picking up or drawing a track cut penalty, but that'll do it. We have your unofficial final 0-0 on that last particular scoring attempt. It's going to be a 24-point victory for Minnesota Nice, bringing us to the conclusion of the first bout. So it'll be North Star Roller Derby 110, and the victors for your first bout of the day, Minnesota Roller Derby Nice. Taking that victory, a bit of a come-from-behind story there as they were trailing significantly. Well, not significantly, but they were trailing in the first half and came out with some answers for North Star, the Supernovas, and able to come away with a 24-point victory. The deserved high fives are being awarded to our skaters. There's some baby high-fiving going on at the beginning there, at the beginning of the high-five line. And everybody's having a great time. Everybody smiles. That's Rude Barb waving to you there at home. Thanks for joining us here at youtube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. We're going to have a, well, I don't know if it's a brief or significant intermission. Nobody's told me, and the numbers aren't up on the scoreboard yet. So I don't know how much time is going to be between bouts. I'm assuming it's going to be a amount of time. All right, I'm going to guess 10 minutes. 25 minutes? That's enough time to order a pizza, call your loved ones and tell them to tune in, break into the facilities here. We're not doing that. I'm not condoning larceny or breaking and entering or any of that kind of nonsense. So we're not going to do any of that. But tell your friends, tell your family, tell your pets all about youtube.com/North Star Roller Derby and get them to tune in, comment, like, subscribe, donate, visit our sponsors. We'll tell you more about those in a second, but I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to throw the graphic up onto the board. Oh, there it is. Wonderful. 25 minutes is going to be the time to come back. So we'll see you about 6 o'clock, I think, is when we're going to be hoping to do all this kind of stuff. I'm getting the thumbs up from Loose Change. She's in charge around here. So, yep, that'll do it. Enjoy the dulcet tones of, I think the name is Butter or something like that, but the name of the song is Popcorn. Please don't DMCA us. Thank you very much. We will be back in 25. Six to 6:05, everybody. Thanks, everyone. See you later. Bye. Yes, that off microphone oofta means we are back, everybody. We are just over 3 minutes until the start of Med City Roller Derby, the Med City Mafia versus North Star Roller Derby. This is the Northern Lights. Northern Lights featuring A and B team skaters, new skaters as well. For NSRD, why don't we go to the rosters for each of these teams? There will be on-track introductions as well, but for now, we're going to take the scoreboard off and introduce the Med City Roller Derby squad. We got number 5, Type O, Nicklative. Number 13, Stevie Hits. Number 2, Pirate Queen. Number 218, Utterly Unhinged. Number 3 is Big Nosed Kate. Number 333 is King Valkyrie. 36, Iron Maven. 40, Harlot's Web. 43, Seam Ripper. 44, Mojito. 488, Pop Goes the Diesel. 55 is Vendetta Vixen. Number 8 is Kill Macabre. 81, Relisa Z Kraken. Number 911 is Sledgehog. Alrighty, for the Northern Lights, we've got number 009 Miko Meat Sauce. Number 011 is Baller. 1066 is Sank Bite. 120 Face Melter. Number 14 is Judgment Bay. Number 15 is Daryl B. Blood. 16 is Blue Barracuda. 1978 is Weird Val Shankovich. Number 20 is Slim Sadie. 277 is Electrocutie. Number 3 is Super Hut. 300 Aerial Assault. Number 42, A Girl Has No Name. I had these up here, didn't I? Yeah. There we go. Girl Has No Name. Number 666 is Sailor Doom. Number 8 is Batty Longlegs. Number 833 is Bizkill. Number 842 is Riff Track. And again, we've just got about a minute and 15 seconds here before the second bout of the day. This is game number 2. The officials for this particular bout: Phantom of the Whistle, Dr. Dana the Mad Statter Burr, Murder Strut, Power Trip, Bookham Dando, D-Rex, Phantom of the Whistle, Rinky Tink, Sear, Miller Lite, Wanda Go, Sauerkraut, Rago Derby, Slay Station 2, and Tyler Milky. Thanks again for joining us on a Saturday afternoon. This is the second of 3 bouts going to be played here today at the Canterbury Expo Center in Shakopee, Minnesota.
Extra if you need it.
I did mention something about clinics earlier, and North Star Roller Derby is hosting clinics on the following days. Tomorrow, that's a Sunday between 3 and 5 p.m. Thursday on the 11th of April. 14th of April, 17th, 22nd, 25th, and 28th. All of these dates are going to be found on NorthstarRollerDerby.com as well as our socials. We were on Facebook and Instagram. I believe that's the end of the list. Well, we're on YouTube. I suppose YouTube counts as a social media platform. But we don't have a whole lot of info. But we do have all this fun info in the form of high-flying roller derby action. The intermission clock is turned off, so that means that roller derby is imminent.
Yeah, I can't be there though. No, because it's the 5 feet. Do you know the name?
Is there a Trevor here with Med City? If Trevor's your name and you're here with Med City, can you please come and find me? I have a microphone, and we need to talk about some stuff real fast before we start introducing the next teams that are going to play the next bout in this 3-bout session.
Those clinics that I mentioned, you can email skaterinfo at northstarrollerderby.com. They're hosting a monthly $5 drop-in clinic. All skill levels are welcome. Next clinic is tomorrow, as I mentioned, from 3 to 5 p.m. In we have a fun little space in northeast Minneapolis.
Yeah, behind the green logon's behind the green line. Let's go.
Once again, like and subscribe. Let us know how we're doing there on the World Wide Web. Yep, that logo is getting dropped as soon as we're getting ready, and we are getting ready right now. So we're getting ready for some more roller derby here on this lovely breezy afternoon. Everybody's favorite weather condition, wind. Here comes Med City wearing red. Med in red, thank you for making it easy on us announcer types. Yeah, just to make sure that I did get those rosters accurate, we've got number 05, Type O, Miklativ, number 13, Stevie Hits, number 2, Pyrat Queen, 218 is Otterly Unhinged, 24 is the Bionic Bruiser, number 3, Big Nose Kate, number 333, King Valkyrie, number 36, Iron Maven, number 40, Harlot's Web, 43 is Seam Ripper, number 44 is Mojito, 488 is Pop Goes the Diesel, 55 is Vendetta Vixen, 81 is Relisa Z Kraken, number 911 is Sledge Hog. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Thank you for joining us here on our new home for roller derby, youtube.com/@Northstar Roller Derby. A pleasure to have you with us over the airwaves. We're going to get things kicked off here once the skater intros are complete, and the skater intros for Med City has completed. They've wrapped up. So next we're going to go on to the Northern Lights. Again, shout out to a bar of their own in Minneapolis on Franklin Avenue. Or is it Franklin Street? I haven't lived there in a while. So they're the first, I believe that they're the first, at least in Minneapolis, sports bar that is focused exclusively on women's sports. Going through the North Star intros on the far side of the track there. If you're unhappy with the camera angle, you can donate $10,000 to me so I can buy a giant rigging system complete with a follow-along drone and perhaps a higher definition camera. You can give us that money by going to NorthstarRollerDerby.com and either buying $10,000 worth of merch or just giving us money. It's totally fine, totally up to you. However you want to give us your $10,000, we will not stop you. So there's quite a few skaters here that are on the North Star Roller Derby Northern Lights that are celebrating their rookie year with the league. And they're on the travel team and they are on the B team, and so they're gonna flex their travel skatey muscles against some skaters they may not skate against too terribly often, which is always a fun way of they tell you travel is a way to broaden your horizons. And through the wondrous miracle of roller derby, you too can travel to various warehouses and expo centers across the nation and perhaps internationally to see how other folks play roller derby in their own warehouses and expo centers. Take in the local flavor, learn some new colloquialisms. Perhaps there's another college word. I said I'd only have one, but that was the second one. So a bonus college word. Thank you very much. I have a request in here from a suspiciously familiar chat denizen, a stream monster, if you will. Smalls, tell us when you used to skate. When I used to skate, I used to be called Smalls, and we skated for the now defunct Twin Cities Roller Derby. It was an all-gender league. We went all over the place. We went to Vancouver, New Orleans, Rome, New York. So, when in Rome, eat at the tiny Italian restaurants because it's a very Italian spot up there. Anywho, we are underway. Med City versus North Star. Number 43 is Seam Ripper. She's going to start off for Med City against Batty Longlegs, number 8 for North Star. North Star in green, Med City in red. Little Christmas themed bout. Oh, and there goes Seam Ripper to the outside, able to take advantage of a little bit of confusion perhaps there, and wide open lane for Seam Ripper, able to pick up lead jammer status. Batty Longlegs out of the pack, picking up that not lead jammer status, just over half a track behind. Seam Ripper making quick, eating up that track as quick as she can. Weird Val Shank a B-word, knocking her out to the outside, however, forcing her to call it off. That'll be 3 for Med City, getting them on the board first, so that'll be 3-0 for Med City.
3 points on the board for Med City.
Again, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell your enemies. Let them know roller derby is happening here on youtube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. The venue is sold out. Congratulations to all of these skaters who will hopefully become rich and famous at the end of this sold out bout. Pop Goes the Diesel is skating for Med City against number 009, Miko Mitsas. Miko taking a page out of Seam Ripper's book and making her way to the outside edge, trying to make her way through number 44. That's Mojito at the front of the pack there. Neither skater willing to give up any ground. Miko moving those legs and making her way around Mojito, but not before number 488, Pop Goes the Diesel, able to pick up lead jammer status. A lot of shuffling of the decks here. We have a track cut penalty being called against a skater who will yet to be named. There goes Miko Mitsas, putting up the first 4 points for North Star. Number 40, Harlot's Webb, getting called for a track cut penalty and going to the box. Pop Goes the Diesel has lead jammer status and is stuck behind number 16 is Blueberry Cuda, number 300 Aerial Assault, and Hit List is making a return to the track as a blocker for the B team. Miko Mitsas is getting around Mojito at the very end there, picking up 4 more points for North Star Roller Derby. And this will be a Museum Services Power Jam for North Star. Slim Sadie is going to the box. I don't know what that was called for, perhaps a direction of play penalty. Miko Mitsas not having any luck on the inside of the track. It tries to make her way to the inside and the outside, but takes a tumble for her efforts. Aerial Assault trying to provide some offense against Mojito. And Miko trying to battle her way through. Miko Mitsas able to absorb a couple of hits from Mojito, or Miko taking hits from Mojito and picking up 4 more points. Pretty successful jam here so far for somebody who didn't have lead jammer status, and this will go for the rest of the 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. As the lead jammer status was lost by Pop Goes the Diesel after going to the box for a penalty of some variety that I did not see. 2 more points for Miko. Big old jam for Miko Mitsas. Mitsas, 14 points for her first jam of the day. Likely not the last we're going to be seeing of either of those jammers. Sailor Doom skating for North Star Roller Derby, going up against number 8 for Med City. That's Kill Macabre. And there it goes, Sailor Doom on the outside of the track, being able to pick up lead jammer status. Kill Macabre still stuck behind. That'll be Baller, A Girl Has No Name, and Rift Track providing some last-minute defense, knocking Macabre to the outside of the track and having to get recycled behind that wall once again. In the meantime, back at the scoring points ranch, here's Sailor Doom able to pick up 4 points so far. That's just the first pass, I believe. A lot of me trying to keep track of a lot of things that are going on here. We've got a bridged out pack. Sailor Doom able to put her body between the last 2 blockers for Med City, and 4 more points for Sailor Doom and the North Stars. In the meantime, Macabre is still stuck behind that aforementioned trio of Rift Track, A Girl Has No Name, and Baller. Sailor Doom got knocked out of bounds, but the skater that knocked her out of bounds also went out of bounds, so that's a no pass, no penalty, no point. So just 3 points on that scoring pass for Sailor Doom. We have a whistle being blown. Let's find out what that's all about. Sailor Doom going to the outside and coming back to the inside and inbounds legally and avoiding that track cut penalty. So that's 4 more points for North Star. Here's a Museum Services Power Jam while there's a penalty box sponsor as well, and I'm going to find it, friends. Calling it off is Sailor Doom trapping that Med City Jammer in the box. So that'll be a 19-point jam there for North Star. So 33-6. North Star Roller Derby trying to right the proverbial ship. Yes, the penalty box. I found it. The Bandit and Briggs, a.k.a. Two Good Dogs penalty box. We are just two happy pups that love pets, snuggles, and playtime. We love everyone and hope they stay safe. If you have any interest in dog sitting us or setting up a play date, please let our parents Lemony, Kickit, and Andy know so that we can hang out. Boof, boof. Batty Longlegs boof boofing her way to the front of the pack. Picks up lead jammer status. Number 3 is now the jammer of note for Med City. That is Big Nose Kate, is released from the Bandit and Briggs penalty box and is out for their initial pass. Here comes Batty Longlegs approaching the back of the pack. Able to knife her way through for another grand slam. A wall has reformed here, and that'll be Big Nose Kate being able to get out to complete that initial pass. Batty Longlegs being told to hit it and quit it. Hit it and quit it she does after dancing around number 81, Risa Z. Kraken. Another quick 12 points for North Star. Four double eight pop goes the Diesel, once again trying to put some points up for Med City. Miko Meatsauce is back on the track. Bionic Bruiser, Harlot's Web, and Mojito out there for Med City. Miko Meatsauce able to jostle her way to the front of the pack, picking up lead jammer status. Pop goes the Diesel, nearly able to make her way across the apex there, but gets hit to the inside of the track. Meatsauce approaches the back of the pack. Meets old foe Mojito. Aerial assault there, committing a direction of play penalty. So to the Bandit and Briggs box they will go. Miko Meatsauce calls it off before Diesel is able to get back to the pack and score any points. Just 4 points there for Miko and the North Star Northern Lights. Thanks to Med City for joining us up here in Shakopee. Kill Macabre is wearing the star for Med City. Sailor Doom once again for North Star. Both teams content with kind of setting up with their friends. Ooh, Sailor Doom able to provide to commit a pretty big hit, jostle that defense, get out for lead jammer status. Kill Macabre getting a shoulder shrug from Sank Bite. Apparently that shoulder was an entire forearm. So to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box goes Sank Bite, meaning that the North Stars are down two blockers actually, as aerial assault is now standing in the Bandit and Briggs box. Kill able to get out, complete that initial pass. Sailor Doom being told to just run it by bench staff. That is Hoff. That looked like just one hand out of bounds there for Sailor Doom, and 4 points. 4 points for Sailor Doom, 4 points for Med City, and Kill Macabre able to get them on the board for this jam. Sledge Hog absorbing that initial hit there, bouncing Sailor Doom over to Iron Maven. We have a aerial assault going back to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box along with number 13, and that is Stevie Hits for Med City. Deviate, one of our deft medical staff, is circling the track, perhaps going over to assess a head injury or another injury of some kind. So many points scored in that last jam. It is 61-14. Northern Lights ahead of the Mafia. Official timeout being called by the officials. Let's talk about some more sponsors. I am so organized that I've totally got all of my notes in front of me or around me or askew. Luckily, they're within arm's reach. Anywho, Kim Monahan is back, and she is your local Northwestern Mutual financial advisor who believes that everyone deserves a financial plan and that the starting point of any financial conversation should begin with you, your life, your family, your priorities, and your goals. You can connect with her at the vendor tables to learn more about how you can build a financial plan that prioritizes what is most important to you. Monahan, Monaghan, financial advisor. Look her up. Thanks to Kim and Northwestern Mutual, we've got Batty Longlegs and Seam Ripper. In a depleted pack, we've got two Med City blockers sitting in the Bandit and Briggs penalty box. That'll be number 81 hitting Batty Longlegs. That's Relisa Z. Kraken, performing a big hit and some fancy footwork to get Batty Longlegs recycled all the way to the back. And Batty Longlegs says, I like recycling, but I like getting lead jammer more. But Seam Ripper is ripping her way through the track, just 20 feet behind Batty Longlegs. So getting told to hit it and quit it. Moving those legs against the back of the pack is Batty Longlegs able to pick up 3 points. And that's going to keep all of those blockers that I just mentioned. We've got aerial assault. I believe that is also Stevie Hits. And I think that's Big Nose Kate also in the box. So we've got 2 Med City once again and 1 North Star in the box. So that is, going to make for kind of a short pack. Pop goes the Diesel, trying to get Med City closer to the North Star score. Miko Meat Sauce trying to just widen that lead a little bit. Vendetta Vixen and once again Mojito. Oh, there's a little bit of a caraming effect there. Miko Meat Sauce wisely observing that she could have been called for a track cut penalty there on Mojito drawing that. Vin Diesel getting stuck behind the North Star wall. Miko likewise behind the Med City wall. 009 getting assigned a back block penalty. That'll be a Museum Services power jam for the Med City Mafia. So Pop goes the Diesel, trying to get some more points on the board. Able to shuffle her way through to the front of the pack is Pop goes the Diesel and popping out there 4 points. Towards to the back of the pack, we've got a hey, what you doing there shrug coming out there from one of the North Star skaters whose face I did not see. Saw the arms though. Unfortunately, it's hard for me to identify people based on solely on arms. Speaking of arms, we got kind of an arms race of sorts happening here between Mojito and Miko Meat Sauce. Neither of those skaters willing to budge their spot on the track. So a bit of a shoving match here. Mojito, seeing that Miko was trying to get to the inside of the track, gets there before she does and bounces her to the inside. Slim Sadie trying to provide some offense against Vendetta Vixen and hitting the deck instead. Mojito is going to draw that track cut penalty from Miko, and she kind of knew what was going on, so she's just going to go straight to the box. Meanwhile, here comes Pop Goes the Diesel out of the box and getting 4 more points. Med City, most successful jam of the afternoon so far. Full 2-minute jam. Love / hate to see that, depending on who you're rooting for. If you're rooting for jams, then yeah, that's your jam, is 2 minutes of it. So that'll mean that Seam Ripper is going to start on a power jam for Med City. Miko's still sitting in the box, which means she's got a little bit of time left. Seam Ripper trying to go up against Rift Track and Baller. A Girl Has No Name there providing the bridge. Seam Ripper does get that lead jammer status. Miko still sitting in the box, only able to observe. Mojito providing some offense. Sank Bite trying to provide some defense for North Star. Solid shape there being formed now that Novas have reformed. Miko is out of the Bandit and Briggs penalty box and has to go all the way to the back of the pack before she can re-enter to score points. Baller thought that she had perhaps a track cut drawn, but didn't happen. So Baller is the pivot, so able to pick up that, able to be the recipient of a. Well, another track cut there from Miko Mitsas. Out of the box, into the box, out of the box, into the box. Hate to see it. It does mean that you get a 30-second break as a jammer, but that also means that you're in the box and not doing a whole lot. Mojito providing quite a bit of offense there for Seam Ripper, I believe, is still our jammer. Offense approaching from both sides. Mojito throwing those shoulders around. We have a direction of play penalty being called, however, on Mojito, so she'll be going to the box. Med City coming in with some offense on the inside. Hitting some bodies, but Seam Ripper unable to provide, or able to take advantage. Low block being called against Sank Bite, and Seam Ripper getting hit to the outside and having to go all the way to the back. Gonna call it off, though. Miko was able to get out of the box. So, yeah, it's going to be 3 blockers and 3 blockers to start jam number 10. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. No significance in that exact amount of time. It's just when I happen to look back up at the clock. 64-32, we got a little double up on the scores there. Nobody decided to block Sailor Doom, so out she will go for lead jammer status for the Northern Lights. Kill Macabre able to see some daylight on the inside of the track there and move her legs and keep those feet moving, picking and completing the initial pass. Sailor Doom using that handy track sense, and third base coach over here for the North Stars. So as better to relay those signals. Calls it off, picks up 4 points, and has had enough of that. Med City once again back at full strength. All 4 blockers are ready to go. And Sank Bite is standing in the box, which means they have less than 10 seconds to go in that box. I should say 10 or fewer seconds. Batty Longlegs using those bad long legs to make sure that she absorbs a hit and stays in bounds. Picking up lead jammer for North Star. Diesel able to complete that that initial scoring pass without a whole lot of time going by. Batty able to pick up 3 more points. Calls it off. Jam number 12 will begin with an empty penalty box. So both of the teams are at full strength. We've got North Star lining up on the inside. Looks like we got 3 ready to create a little shape there to perhaps block Kill Macabre. For Med City, the whistle is blown. Baller is going to go from the inside to the outside, back to the middle, inside again. Rift Track hits the deck. Baller trying to avoid that hit that she knew was coming from Relisa. Track cut penalty being called on Relisa. Taking advantage of the chaos is Baller and able to get out for lead jammer status. In the meantime, here comes Kill Macabre, completing that initial pass, and Baller being told to just run it, hoping that the North Stars are going to be able to hold Kill. Woo! A little bit of a track hop, spilling right back up, so that counts. That's 4 points. Baller's loving that. Got Face Melter, A Girl Has No Name, Rift Track, And Weird Val Shanka B-Word providing some offense there for Baller, able to get out for 4 more points. Star pass has been completed. That is going to be Relisa Z Kraken. Moving those legs like a running back and able to punch through and get that not lead jammer status. 2 points being held up there by Miller Light, the jam ref there for Med City. Being told to call it off is Baller, calls it off with both hands. That'll be the end of jam number 12. 16-point jam for Baller. Med City not to be denied any points and picks up 2.
Baller still is not the highest point scoring jammer so far in this game, as that was still a 2.
Sailor Doom is skating for the North Stars. Pop goes the Diesel. Trying to get some more points on the board. Supernovas took the front of the pack, and they're slowly backing up to maintain that pack. Jammers swap spots. Sailor Doom nearly being able to get through Harlot's Web and is able to finally, but not too far behind. Is Harlot's, or is Pop goes the Diesel just about 10 feet behind, so Sailor Doom's going to just call it off. Go next. Thanks again for joining us here on a blustery day in Shakopee. Five seconds it's called, and it's going to be Batty versus Ripper. We've seen this story before. Let's see if it plays out the same way. Not exactly, but we do have lead jammer status here for Batty Longlegs, able to provide some. Well, if you hitting a blocker and you've got a couple of seconds before they can right the ship and regain their momentum and their balance, so you can take advantage of that. The way that Batty Longlegs did there was taking advantage of some clear skating pass for some fancy footwork and backwards skating there from Batty Longlegs, making sure that she's getting out in front of Iron Maven and getting those points. Seam Ripper has completed the initial pass. Here comes Batty looking to score some more points. Woo! A big old pile up there from Batty Longlegs. Let's find out if Seam Ripper was able to score any points during the chaos. Nothing happened there, but Batty was able to pick up 2, so that'll bring their jam score up to 6. 6 entire points. Typo Nicolative, Pyrat Queen, Relisa Z Kraken, and Utterly Unhinged, the blockers for Med City on this jam. Officials have called a timeout to discuss whatever the officials are going to discuss. Likely roller derby related. Strong wager there. But it could be anything. We have an after party if you are listening to this and within driving distance. I believe the name of the joint is O'Brien's in Shakopee. We're going to be here until the wee hours of the evening. So, stay hydrated, hug your loved ones, pet your pets, call your parents, and invite them one and all to tune into the stream. Yeah, we'll find out what they're talking about eventually, or we won't. It's totally fine. Everything's going to be A-okay. We do have a fun little event here between the second and third bouts. It's called a North Star Star Toss. So you purchase a star for $5 and get a chance to win half of the pot. It's like a 50-50 split raffle sort of deal. Tons of fun, and North Star will get a tons of money, which is everybody's favorite thing to do, is give North Star Roller Derby some money. Buy some merch. You can do that on NorthstarRollerDerby.com or in person. You can come meet some of our skaters and see the action in person, live 3D action. Yeah, something went bouncing off there after Relisa Z Kraken hit Baller on the outside there. Relisa Z Kraken getting juked to the inside, and Baller able to pick up lead jammer on the outside. Some shifty moves there from the salty veteran. She's not that salty. She's a real sweetheart. We all know this. Kill Macabre able to pop out, though, for the completing the initial pass. Running straight into Weird Val, Shanka B-Word, and the rest of the Novas there. So we'll see what Baller is able to accomplish in the last minute 20 of this jam. Oops. A little bit of a skate drag there on the outside. We'll see if she's able to pick up any points for her troubles. Jam ref consulting with the outside pack refs, finding out whether or not any points are to be rewarded. Awarded? Are those terms interchangeable? If you know English, you should let me know. 3 points for each team. One of those friendly tie jams. Everybody loves those. Well, I guess not everybody, but a lot of people do. Sailor Doom going up against Pop Goes the Diesel. Sailor Doom jostling, providing some shoulder hits, trying to do her own offense. And did she stay in bounds? She did not. That'll be a track cut penalty on Sailor Doom. It was pretty. It was very close there. Tyler on the outside, pack ref there had the inside line, and Face Melter able to knock Pop Goes the Diesel to the outside. But Harlot's Web able to provide enough space there for Pop Goes the Diesel to pop out for lead jammer for Med City. 37-96. Med City trying to chip away at this lead. Pop Goes the Diesel not quite able to stay in bounds. That'll be Blue Barracuda and Electric Cutie making sure that the points are not awarded. There goes Sailor Doom on a mission to complete that initial score. Med City waving the red flag and calling it off. You'll see we've got some green and red flags being waved by Med City. Visuals do help in roller derby, I must say. More points for Med City there. That'd be another 4. So we got Seam Ripper versus Batty Longlegs once again. Some jostling there for a position by big-nosed Kate, hitting Sank before the bout start, or before the jam starts, and out goes Batty Longlegs, picking up lead jammer status just 5 seconds into the jam. Half a track behind, though, is Seam Ripper. Once again, starting the clock for points for Batty Longlegs. Approaching the back of the pack at speed, able to drag that toe and stay in bounds and put 4 more points on the board for North Star. We have a directional play penalty being called on. That'll be Big Nose Kate for Med City. She'll take a seat in the Brandon and Briggs penalty box, and Batty Longlegs will pick up 4 more points for North Star. Seam Ripper not giving up, though. Trying to get around Super Hut, Aerial Assault, Slim Sadie, and Sank Bite. And there goes Batty Longlegs for 4 more points. Getting told to run it is Batty Longlegs, and run it she shall. Doing a fun little jammer move where you kind of just, give somebody a hug. Give him a hug without actually giving him a hug, because arms don't really exist in roller derby. So as long as you're not using your forearms to take advantage or better your position, you're going to be just fine. Seam River does get 4 points on the board for Med City. And Batty Longlegs with the rock star finish on turn number 3. 20-point jam for Batty Longlegs. I believe that is going to take the cake for the largest scoring jam of this bout, at least. 116-45. North Star widening the lead. Pop Goes the Diesel is going to try to do her best to make sure that lead doesn't get any bigger. Miko Meat Sauce going up against the Med City blocker line, only has to get around Relisa Z Kraken, but Relisa is able to provide enough time for the rest of her blockers to join her at the front of the pack. Trapping Meat Sauce, or Miko rather. Oh, a very fun spin move and twinkly toes ensure that Miko stays in bounds and is out for lead jammer. Pop Goes the Diesel doing the exact same move, but not quite as successfully, getting called for a track cut penalty. So to the box. So they'll be getting a track track cut penalty and going to the box. So it'll be a power jam for Miko and the North Stars. Relisa almost able to keep her hips in front of Miko, but that'll be 4 points for Miko and the North Stars. Museum Services power jam for Miko. Here comes some offense from the North Stars. Miko being told to hit it and quit it. Maybe she'll glance over at her bench coach. Miko finally realizes what's going on, fakes out the offensive call, and decides, yep, okay, I'll listen to the coaches. I'll listen to the bench staff. I'll call it off. I was having fun, but okay. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in half one, bout two of the triple header at the Expo Center. Canterbury Downs and Shakopee. Skates in the swamp. Again, any donkeys or Shreks, please avoid. They're probably making a movie or something. Sailor Doom staying on her toes, but going out of bounds, so she'll have to go up against Mojito's shoulders and hitting the deck. But still out for lead jammer status. Nothing to worry about there. Face Melter is going to go to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box, followed shortly by somebody else from her own team. That'll be Buzzkill heading to the box. So only two blockers out there. That'll be Blue Barracuda and Electric Cutie for North Star. So they're just going to have to figure out what they're going to do against Pop Goes the Diesel. Pop Goes the Diesel does the hit on the inside and dances around to the outside, picking up 4 points for Med City. Sailor Doom trying to get around Sledgehog. I believe that's, by Fietti. And Mojito. Stevie Hits, excuse me. That was not by Fietti. It would help if I was looking at the right roster, folks. I'm just looking at names and numbers and all that sort of stuff. $128-53, 8 points on that board on that jam for Med City to 4 for North Star. A battle of the eights. We've got Batty Longlegs versus Kill Macabre. Kill able to stay on her toes and stay in bounds, but not able to make any progress. And there goes Batty Longlegs picking up lead jammer status for North Star Roller Derby. Batty approaching the back of the pack for some points already, whereas Kill is yet to complete the initial pass. And off goes Batty for 4 more points. Getting told to run it is Batty, and run it she shall. There's only 1:30 left in the jam, but the penalty or the period clock has expired. So whenever Batty wants to call it off, that'll be the end of this half. Getting told to run it. Why not? They'll have plenty of time to catch their breath at halftime. A slippery customer is Batty Longlegs and getting 4 more points. Able to stay on her skates and drag a toe. We've got a either a multiplayer block or direction of play penalty being called on Slim Sadie. 4 points for Kill Macabre, however. Approaching the back of the pack at speed come Kill Macabre against Aerial Assault, Sank Bite, and Super Hut. Number 24, Bionic Bruiser, is going to be going to the box for Med City, along with Vendetta Vixen. So that'll be a pretty crowded penalty box for Med City. Here comes Batty Longlegs, completing the Apex hop. Oh, by getting called for a track cut. So she may have dragged a toe across that roped line, which means the rest of the 20 seconds of the jam is going to occur. And she's going to start in the, she's sitting in the wrong penalty box. There she goes. And that won't start until she's sitting in the correct seat. Aerial Assault recycling Kill Macabre all the way to the back of the pack. Iron Maven and Harlot's Web able to hold down the fort for Med City. Med City able to put 2 more points up on the board to match the 2 points of North Star. The Novas are calling for an official review. That is Bama and Buzz prancing out to the middle of the track, trying to make sure that their official review request gets heard. The intermission timer will start regardless. And yeah, the action should be back in about 10 minutes or so. Everybody loves an official review. I have no doubt that they're going to challenge that track cut penalty. Looked at the outside pack ref, had a pretty good view of what was going on there. But we shall see. That's Rego Derby. Had a view, and that's the person that called the track cut penalty. So we're gonna see if they got it right. Is the intermission timer going to start before the official review is done? So once the official review, the intermission time will start. Okay, got it. So we are going to wait for the official review to conclude before we start the intermission timer. So, you know, an additional intermission time for you to go outside and fire up your giant array of speakers and tell your neighborhood about North Star Roller Derby and youtube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. Get some more viewers in here, folks. Give us all your money. Tell everybody you know about us. We rely on you, the fans, to spread the word, to evangelize for us, if you will. The good word, oh Derby. Again, most likely this review is going to be about that track cut penalty. If successful, that means that North Star will not start without a jammer for the next half. The request is being taken back to the Zebra Pen, Dazzle Pen if you want, to get Animal Collective on me. I wouldn't recommend it because I don't care. Why don't we talk about some other fun things? The next bout that North Star has coming up is against Harbor City. North Star's very own Northern Lights will be taking on the Harbor City Roller Derby next weekend at the Westman Arena in Superior, Wisconsin. If you feel like a road trip to the North Shore, go check it out. It's a beautiful place. There is a roller derby adjacent women-owned tattoo studio up there. It's called Superior Inc. Yours truly is wearing a large arm piece from Stabby Abbey at Superior Inc. Again, buy some merch, give us money. Have yourselves a merry little springtime now that real spring is here. None of that fake spring that we had in January or whatever. If you live in the Midwest, you know what I'm talking about. Batty has left the box, perhaps to retrieve a water bottle or to just go to her car. Okay, so I guess we're going to perhaps begin the intermission timer, and based on what happens with this official review, a thing will happen. Perhaps two or multiple things will happen. You just never know. So yeah, they're taking some time off this intermission clock. You can see that is chugging right along. Do not adjust your television sets. We are not moving forward into the future. We are just adjusting the clock as best we know how, and that is the quickest way. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds until the second half of bout 2 will begin. Order a sandwich, pet a dog, throw a ball, skip a stone, row a boat. Whatever you do, have a great time and tell everybody about us, and we'll be back in about 7 minutes or so. Thanks, everybody. Be right back. You wanted it, and we have it. It's the second half of the second bout coming up here in about 10 seconds. So if you are doing a bathroom break or doing an evangelizing, as I mentioned earlier, return to your video screen. Comment, like, and subscribe. Mostly comment. Too often am I just sitting here talking into a void. Not too often. We have a regular group of stream monsters joining us from afar or from near, as we are again a sold-out venue. So you are viewing it in the only way that you can on the YouTubes. 50-50 raffle coming up between this bout and the next.
Is everybody going to go buy a star? Because then I'll stop talking. Yeah. One person food, that's good enough for me.
Rolling whistle has occurred, so hopefully our skaters will then roll their way to their beginning positions to begin half number 2. This will be the 22nd jam of this contest between the Med City Roller Derby and North Star. Thanks for joining us here at youtube.com/@North Star Roller Derby. We are going to be, so that track cut penalty was not rescinded. It did, in fact, Batty Longlegs did indeed have half of her skate on the infield and half not. So we're just going to get going here. Here goes, Pop Goes the Diesel, trying to go up against a depleted pack of North Star Supernovas, or North Star Northern Lights, excuse me. Face Smelter and Weird Val Shanka B-Word are up front there, keeping Pop Goes the Diesel at bay. Bionic Bruiser is out of the box, and so is Batty Longlegs. Batty Longlegs is approaching the back of the pack now. We have a track cut penalty being called on Pop Goes the Diesel. So, as no lead jammer was awarded, lead jammer is still open. Batty Longlegs getting hit to the outside by Release Z Kraken. A lot of great names on that Med City Derby team, I tell you what. Strong skaters, too. Here goes Batty Longlegs for a lead jammer for the North Star Roller Derby. So she started from the bottom, a.k.a. the box, and now she's here, lead jammer status.
Thank you for that clarification, Tober, that there are only 9 skaters on the floor. And 3-4 point for Batty Longlegs.
All right. Pop Goes the Diesel's out of the box, and there goes Batty Longlegs staying on one skating backwards and staying in bounds and picking up 4 more points for North Star. Getting the keep running it signal is Batty Longlegs. Diesel popping out there for 4 points for Med City, not to be denied, not to be kept off the scoreboard. Calls it off is Batty Longlegs after getting shoved to the outside by Release Z Kraken, and I believe that was Mojito.
I'm going through my mental Rolodex, and you are correct. Thank you. I know I was correct. That's why I said it.
Miko going up against Kill Macabre. Med City in the back there, getting a shape established. Miko able to bruise her way through. And Kill Macabre being stuck there behind Aerial Assault, Super Hut. And I believe that's Blue Barracuda. Miko's out for lead jammer status for the North Stars. That'll be number 3, Big Nose Kate, getting called for a directional play penalty, so to the box they will go. Or not. Nope, there she goes. Kill Macabre is able to get out for not lead jammer status, so Miko's only got a few more seconds to get more points. She'll score 4 points and call it off with both hands. 166 to 63. North Star has accumulated a 100-point lead. As you can see, Seam Ripper versus Sailor Doom. The Med City is starting with their pivot in the box, so Seam Ripper is out there all by herself, not able to hand that star off to the pivot. Sailor Doom, in the meantime, is going to pick up lead jammer status for the North Stars. And away she goes. Looking for points. Approaching the back of the pack. Seam Ripper about half a track behind. Some quick feet there by Sailor Doom, and unfortunately releases Kraken put one toe out of bounds. Big hit there from Baller, getting up with a smile on her face, even though she went out of bounds. She lives for the hits, that one. She's gesturing to her team to rejoin her at the front of the pack, but nobody was looking at her. So Sailor Doom's going to get hit to the inside or outside of the pack or outside of the track. Call it off, both hands, but not picking up any points. If you're a North Star fan, that's fine, because Med City didn't put up any additional ones either. New jammer for North Star is going to be Electric Cutie. Also new to the league and new to the travel team. As is Sailor Doom, I should point out. And Batty Longlegs. Rookies getting to flex their stuff. Electric Cutie versus Pop Goes the Diesel. Electric Cutie getting hit by Bionic Bruiser and Mojito. Electric Cutie trying to battle her way through the front. Inside to outside to inside, and now they're on the apex, so let's see if we can see some jammers take advantage of that elongated track, and sure enough, there it goes. There goes Pop Goes the Diesel. Electric Cutie getting some offense there from Faye Smelter. Ooh, running straight into Mojito. And Electric Cutie coming back up with a grimace on her face and a determined look. And determined to get out of the pack, and out of the pack she does, completing that initial pass. Eligible to score points. Let's see what Pop Goes the Diesel tells them to do. Calls it off with both hands is the order of the day. 1 point scored there for Electric Cutie. Giving a good-natured, hey, great hit there to Mojito, and that was a pretty great hit. That was, as somebody who has sustained those before, it's like getting slapped in the face a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, I'm playing a full contact sport. That hit was full O contact. Here comes Miko and Kill Macabre. Miko going up against Iron Maven, and then Sledgehog. Stevie hits, and Red Nose Kate. Red Nose Kate trying to out-muscle Miko on the outside of the track, and Miko wins that one. Picking up lead jammer status, trying to put some distance between her and the pack. Blue Barracuda able to recycle her way to the front of the pack. Might get a track cut penalty for her efforts. We're going to find out what that whistle was all about. That'll be Kill Macabre picking up a track cut penalty, I presume, leading to a Museum Services Power Jam for Miko and the North Stars. It was a track cut penalty. We were right. All of us on stream, we all knew what was going on. Miko leaving a pile of destruction in her wake and picking up 4 more points. Off to the left-hand side of your screen there, you would see Hoff, one of the bench staff there for North Star, doing jumping jacks in an effort to get Miko to call it off. $179 to $71. North Star on top of Med City. Sailor Doom, one of the aforementioned rookies for North Star, starting on a Museum Services Power Jam. A little bit of a conga line situation there going on for the offense. Proves enough to be, to provide, I should say, Sailor Doom with enough offense to get out for lead jammer. Conga line worked. We have a 40. We have a girl has no name getting sent to the penalty box, the Bandit and Briggs penalty box, I should add, for a forearm penalty. Relisa knocking Sailor to the inside of the track, forcing a recycle. Oh, a very last minute defensive heroics being performed by Pirate Queen, keeping Sailor Doom from scoring any more than just the 3 points that she got already. Love to see that kind of hustle.
The Peak Garden Foundation's proud partner with North Star Roller Derby.
182 to 71. North Star on top of Med City. Mojito posting up on the inside line on the jammer line, forcing North Star to figure out what they're doing. They're going to start in a 2-1. This is another Museum Services Power Jam for Batty Longlegs and the North Stars. Batty Longlegs taking advantage of that two-person shape and dual-purpose shape and offense to pick up lead jammer. Giant hit there for Mojito, sending Batty Longlegs flying to the inside of the track. Weird Val Shank B-Word, however, scooting all of those folks into the inside. Batty Longlegs using some hustle and muscle to get out for 4 more points. Kill Valentine running into, I believe that was Weird Val. Weird Val doing some pretty good work here for jam number 7 for this half. Kill Macabre is out. Initial pass completed. Batty being told to hit it and quit it by the bench staff. Hit it she does and quit it she does. 3 points, however, being picked up by Kill to just 1 by Batty. Pretty successful not lead jammer there for Kill. Despite starting the jam in the box, able to pick up 3 points anyway. Miko jamming again for the North Stars. Big-nosed Kate. Big-nosed Kate, not nosed. I can read. We can all read. Can't we? That's the reading privilege we all must reflect on. Miko is using her legs to try to get through and muscle her way through to the front, and sure enough, that works out just fine for her. Lead jam for North Star. Big Nose Kate going back and forth, and Buzz unable to prohibit her from completing that initial pass. Here comes Miko trying to scoot through. Sure enough, does, stays on her skates and picks up 4 points for North Star. Extending that lead, it's up to 195 now. Med City at 74. Seam Ripper back under the star for Med City against Sailor Doom for North Star. North Star is playing a little bit of a separated shape there in the back, trying to figure out what Seam Ripper is going to do, then committing to his shape, and sure enough does. That's Super Hut, Sank, Baller, and Aerial Assault for North Star. Battling her way through and sustaining a big hit there from Relisa Z Kraken is Sailor Doom. Looking like she earned that one. Baller getting sent to the Bandit and Briggs box for a direction of play penalty. And Seam Ripper able to complete the initial pass. So clock's a ticking for Sailor Doom. Sailor Doom being told to just run it. Probably wants to get Baller out of the box before going to jam number 10. Did Sailor Doom stay in bounds? Rego Derby says, no, you did not. An unfortunate spill there by Sailor Doom. Power Jam, a Museum Services Power Jam now for Med City and Seam Ripper. Baller is out of the box, so that let it run play perhaps coming back to bite North Star. Let's see how they can deal with Seam Ripper. Seam Ripper trying to go back and forth and looking for one of those seams through which to rip. We're getting stuck behind that wall. Pirate Queen trying to go up there and provide some offense. Seam Ripper able to stay in bounds, keeping those feet moving around Aerial Assault, but Aerial Assault is back in the front. Sailor Doom is out of the box. Is able to score, eligible to score some more points. Little shifty approach there, coming to the back of the pack. Pirate Queen saying, I don't want you to go to the inside. So, hits her real good. Hits her again, and Sailor Doom this time able to stay on her wheels. The natural conclusion of that jam will be reached. And it looks like 8-8 so far. We'll find out if that scoreboard moves at all.
Okay, who out there likes beer? Whee! Oh, excellent. Who's got a dog? Huh? Excellent. You can go to Angry.
Thanks also to Prize Brewing Company. We got a banner up here. I didn't get any ad reads for them, but if they've got a banner, they're a sponsor. So thanks to Prize Brewing Company in Northeast Minneapolis. Well, I guess they might be North Loop. I don't know. It's so trendy now. Batty Longlegs staying on trend and picking up lead jammer for the North Stars. As Pop goes, the Diesel is fighting her way through a rather broken pack there for North Star. Speaking of broken packs, that whole pack is suffering pretty bad, and as far as cohesion goes, both jammers having a pretty easy go of it. Batty Longlegs able to get out, score 4 points, call it off. Hit it and quit it is the name of the game there. Full strength for both teams. Miko going up against Big Nose Kate. 5 seconds is called. We've got Sledgehog, Iron Maven, Kill Macabre, and Relisa, the blockers for Med City. Oh, big spill there as Relisa takes a tumble over Big Nose Kate, who unfortunately happened to be on their back or on their knees on the track. Miko does get lead jammer status, but Big Nose is not too far behind, just about 30 feet. Approaching the pack is Miko and running into Relisa. Relisa knocking Miko to the outside, prohibiting her from scoring any points and allowing a point to be scored there by Big Nose Kate for Med City. Sailor of Doom, a seeming glutton for punishment, is right back out there on the track under the star for North Star. Seam Ripper once again for Med City. Sank, Baller, Super Hut, and Aerial Assault performing blocking services for North Star. Typo, Nicolative, and Relisa, and Pirate Queen. And Utterly Unhinged out there as blockers for Med City. We have lead jammer being called there for Sailor Doom. Relisa looking for that star pass. Star pass has occurred, and Relisa just stays, got hit to the inside, but kept her head and was able to avoid a track cut penalty. Legal hit to the face or some such, or leading with the head, I believe was that call for Miller Lite on Sailor Doom. Says the Museum Services Power Jam as Sailor takes a seat in the Bandit and Breaks penalty box. Baller trying to, we have a blocking out of play penalty being called there against Baller. So Relisa is off to the races. Races? Yeah, off to the races. I tried to put a Relisa, and it didn't work out, as you could tell. Speaking of things being released, Sailor Doom is back on the track for North Star, able to keep moving. And speaking of moving, there that knee pad was moving around quite a bit and is more of a shin pad now. Looks like it's migrated back up to the knee, though. That's always nice. Busted pack. Nobody's really getting into shapes here for either team. Yep, there's a Super Hut hitting Relisa Z Kraken to the outside. No pack being called. And Sailor Doom having a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. I'm just going to kind of post up there and wait for the jam to end as Sank Bite takes a seat in the Bandit and Briggs penalty box. So North Star is going to start a blocker down. Well, Med City will as well. It appears to be Seam Ripper. Yep, taking a seat in the box. So that means Kill Macabre will be the jammer of note for Med City. Batty Longlegs And both of those jammers will be going up against a team of just 3. Or block will be a multiplayer block being called on Bionic Bruiser. So that's just 2 blockers that Batty Longlegs has now gotten beyond and will be lead jammer. Kill Macabre out not too long afterwards, however. Just about 40 feet behind Batty Longlegs is Kill Macabre. Batty Longlegs going to anticipate a hit there from Mojito, but didn't anticipate that one. Both skaters taking a tumble out of bounds. We have a track cut penalty or a no pass, no penalty, excuse me, being called for Batty Longlegs. So no track cut. Batty Longlegs able to take advantage of some perhaps positioning mistakes there by Med City. Kill Macabre approaching the back of the pack. That'll be Riff, Track, Sank Bite, and A Girl Has No Name. More points for both teams. Each of the skaters here each of the jammers here being able to have some success against the, there's a little bit of some friendly fire there. Appears that Batty Longlegs taking 2 hard dives to the deck there. And she's not lead jammer, or is she lead jammer? We'll see. Yep, being told to keep going. Okay, so my mistake, friends. I thought that Kill Macabre had lead jammer status, but that is, in fact, Batty Longlegs doing laps, putting some points up. 15 seconds left on this jam. Kill Macabre sticking to it and sticking in bounds, and so does Batty Longlegs, able to put those toe stops down in bounds and picks up 4 more points for North Star. The natural conclusion of the jam has been reached. And that'll be that. Under the 10-minute mark here for the second half of bout number 2 of this triple header here in Shakopee. Med City has eclipsed the 100-point mark, and that's the biggest jam, I believe, for Med City. Somebody can correct me in chat if I'm wrong. This is a pop quiz for all of you in chat, whether Med City has scored more than 16 in a jam. Pretty sure that's the biggest one so far. We have a team timeout being called by Med City to reflect on their success. 21 points there for 21 points for Batty Longlegs and the North Stars there. We jamming, we doing good. Thanks again for joining us on your newly bookmarked, subscribed, and liked YouTube channel. Go ahead and find out how to make yourself look a lot prettier by buying some merch from NorthstarRollerDerby.com. We've got fanny packs. We've got sunglasses. We've got pop sockets. What? We've got long sleeves. We've got bike jerseys. We've got tank tops in every color that you want as long as it's in stock. Right, team timeout has concluded. Skaters are returning to the track. That'll be Stevie Hit, Sledge Hog, Iron Maven, and Big Nose Kate. Blocking for Med City. Trying to make sure that Pop Goes the Diesel has an easy-going time of it as the jammer for Med City. Electric Cutie jamming for North Star. There it goes, Pop Goes the Diesel. Able to pop on out for a bleed jammer status. Electric Cutie keeping her feet moving. Trying to get some offense there from Weird Val Shank B-Word. And a little bit of a whip. Little hand whip. Love to see it. Ooh, a little belly flop at the apex there for Pop Goes the Diesel, but pops right back up. I'm sorry for all the pop stuff. That's just weird. 4 points being awarded to Electric Cutie on that pass there. 2 points only for Med City. Electric Cutie able to take advantage of a bad situation, a.k.a. not being able to call off the jam whenever you want. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this second half of bout number 2. Bout number 3 is a bit of a mixer bout. It's anybody that wanted to skate could skate and is going to be skating for either the Swamp People or there's a sludge something or other that's going on. Oh, no, that will be a track cut being called on Miko. Is it a track cut? Nope, that's a track. Return to the track being called there by Miller Lite for Miko for Miko. That was a track cut on a different. Okay, so it is a track cut. Everybody made up their minds. It is a track cut on Miko. Her toe stop stayed in bounds, but if her wheels hit the other side of that rope, then that's bad news, folks. In the meanwhile, Seam Ripper trying to put some points on the board despite not being lead jammer. I don't think lead jammer was awarded to anybody. Baller trying to spoil the lead jammer attainment by Seam Ripper, but is unable to. So Seam Ripper is going to be your jammer, lead jammer for the remainder of that jam, which was not very much of a remainder at all. It's all over with. Shout out to Pop Roxy for supplying me with beverages and sustenance. I am basically talking for 6 straight hours today. Not complaining, just pointing it out. Shout out to all of you out there buying merch and donating to North Star Roller Derby. Couldn't do it without you. We would try real hard, that's for sure. So a bit of miscommunication there. So Med City is going to start one blocker down, but not because they had to, just because they wanted to. Away goes. Yep, that'll be Miko Meat Sauce coming. Getting that lead jammer status coming out of the box and picking up lead jammer status. We have a Weird Val on Mojito fight and picking up some casualty of that particular fight was Harlot's Web hitting the deck. Miko just able to outrun Mojito on the outside of the track there and able to pick up 4 points. Miko approaching the back of the pack. Mojito doing that Mojito thing that she does and knocking jammers all around to the inside and forcing them to recycle. So now Miko has to get through. Miko has to get through that again. Somebody was calling it off, and it was Miko, and she did so after picking up 3 more points for North Star. So yeah, it'll bring her jam total up to 7. North Star Roller Derby sniffing out that 250-point mark as Med City has scored over 100. Resident Glutton for punishment. Sailor Doom is back out there. For North Star, against Pop goes the Diesel for Med City. Here comes Sailor Doom trying to size up the opposition. Doing his to the inside, skating to the outside and back in is Sailor, trying to keep that Med City line on their toes. And able to just nudge out that final blocker for Med City, and Sailor Doom is out for lead jammer status. Pop goes the Diesel on a mission. Gets out of that pack and is going in for points. Oh, a little self-sustained injury there from Sailor Doom trying to run over Big Nose Kate, but Big Nose Kate says, nah, rather not. You only get 1 point out of me. Med City coming out of that jam on top. 2 for Med City, 1 for North Star. New jammer for North Star is going to be Sank Bite. And Seam Ripper is coming back out for Med City. Just 4 minutes are remaining in bout 2, half 2. And you simply must have to stick around for bout number 3. Here comes Seam Ripper ripping through those seams and picking up lead jammer for Med City. And providing us with a little bit of a Swan Lake rip production there at the turn 3. Baller bracing for a hit and kind of like a whiff there a little bit. In the meantime,
Push to the outside or cycle.
Sank has the star in hand looking for that star pass. Star pass has been completed to Baller. That is the pivot.
Behind aerial assault
Baller is going to sustain a hit from Relisa.
and return.
Comes right back out to the outside of the track, gets on through the pack, and is out for not lead jammer. Meanwhile, Seam Ripper putting points on the board for Med City. That'll be another 4 points and calls it off. Sliding finish and a 4-point reward for Baller on that Apex hop and slide. Rockstar finish there for Baller. Sear is coming over and asking Miller, is that 4 points legit? Miller may have gone with the rule of cool there, and they're going to do an official timeout about it. I'm just going through my little care package here delivered to me by Pop Roxy, bless her heart. Oh, there happen to be 2 wraps in here, so I better not eat everything. They're officially reviewing the rule of cool, because that was pretty cool. Again, just over 2 minutes here left in bout 2, half 2. Please remember to stick around for bout number 3, a mixer bout between the Ogre Outcasts and these Sludge Slingers. Wrapping up this season with our fairytale theme, and the fairytale theme being sustained and wrapped up here by, of course, Shirk. Am I saying that correctly? Shriek? Shriek. I'll get it right. It's ogre-based is the point. The rule of cool has been rescinded, everybody, and it looks like they're taking the 4 points off of the board from Baller. She is going to be inconsolable, devastated, in pieces. Other colloquialisms for being let down by the system. Other systems in place here are rolling whistles. There goes a rolling whistle right there to precipitate the bout. Jam, excuse me.
The rule of cool was rescinded.
I just did get confirmation from our ref correspondent, Gal Jazeera, confirming that indeed the rule of cool was rescinded. So 4 points will be taken away from the North Stars, but Batty Longlegs is like, yeah, I'll get those 4 points back. No problemo. Kill Macabre for the Med City organization. Trying to do some jamming of her own, picking up 4 points, trying to pick up not lead jammer status, as that door has already been closed by Batty Longlegs, who stays on her tippy toes and gets that grand slam to start us off for jam number 19 in half number 2 and bout 2. Everybody stayed on their feet for a little bit there. 4 more points for North Star and Batty Longlegs. Electrocuted committed a penalty. Knew she committed a penalty, and we'll go off to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box. While Batty Longlegs picks up 4 more points. Direction of play penalty there being called by on Vendetta Vixen. Baited out there by Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault and Face Smelter being rejoined hopefully very shortly for them by Blue Barracuda, who has been released from the box. Mojito trying to make a mess of that pack to Springer Jammer. Springer Jammer she does, and that's 4 points for Kill. Kill Macabre and Med City. Batty Longlegs hot on her heels, however. 20 seconds left in this jam, 30 seconds left in the period. Shaken up is Kill Macabre on that final hit. And out comes DV8 to assess. And we will go to the logo. Thanks awfully to our stalwart medical staff. We're back, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. All is well in the Derby overs, thanks to our medical staff, the true heroes of the day. So with 14 seconds left in the period clock, that does mean that we will have at least one additional jam to wrap up the second bout. Appears that Miko's going back out there, and it looks like, yeah, that will be a Pop Goes the Diesel for Med City. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in.
We still got time on the period clock, so we're going to go for at least one more, friends.
Here we go. Most likely the final jam of this particular bout. Whistle was already blown. I forget what it was. Oh, there's 44. There'll be Mojito going to the box. And here comes Pop Goes the Diesel for lead jammer status. For Med City, Miko is not too far behind, only about 50 feet in closing. Don't see any reason why Pop Goes the Diesel would call it off now. They're still behind, but that's okay. Miko Mitsas able to battle her way through the pack and pick up 4 points. There was another penalty that was committed by Med City, so that's a pretty depleted pack that they've got. They just got the 2 skaters out there providing defense and offense. Being told to call it is Pop Goes the Diesel, which will bring our unofficial final score 276 to 126. 150 point victory there for North Star Roller Derby. And 126 points for Med City. Thanks to everybody for joining us here for bout number 2. Stay tuned for bout number 3. It's a mixer bout between 2 teams full of nothing but friends. All friends here. Everybody's having a great time. Here goes. There's the final whistle. So that is your official score, 276 to 126. 150 point victory for your North Star Northern Lights. And everybody gets high fives. Everybody gets to skate around. Everybody gets to have just a jolly old time here in Shakopee at the Canterbury Expo Center. Thanks to the Canterbury Expo Center for having us. We will likely be back because the internet is good. The floor is nice and smooth, the lighting is even, and the concessions are reasonable. Thanks, everybody. We're going to put a halftime timer or some amount of time timer up before we let you know when that third and final bout is happening today of our triple header. Fun little gallops around there for the bench staff, etc. And everybody had a great time for our second bouts, and we're going to have even more fun for the third, believe it or not. If you can believe that we're going to ramp up the action even higher. And now that I've written that check, I know that the third bout will cash it. Anyways, we will be right back. Again, call your Congress people, write some letters, text your parents back. Let them know that North Star Roller Derby is live and well on youtube.com/@NorthStarRollerDerby, and we expect to see flyers anywhere and everywhere. Thank you so much, everybody. We will see you in a little bit. Take a look at the timer at the top when that appears. I see no reason for me to wait around for it because you'll be able to see it at the same time that I will. We'll be back. This is your official 3-minute and 16-second warning until the third and final bout of the day. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. We're going to give you one more bout and then let you join us at the after party at O'Brien's in Shakopee. So bring your friends, bring your family, bring your pets. I probably don't allow pets. Bring everybody else to come celebrate a glorious day of high-flying action here at the Canterbury Expo Center in Shakopee. 2 minutes 45. Guess what? We're back. We got 20 seconds until I think skater intros are going to be occurring. Yeah, we got we're getting the no intros.
Baller. Everybody say hi to Baller. And you don't know Baller, you should.
All right, we're skipping the intros, but I'm not skipping the intros. We have these Sludge Slingers, 009 Miko Meat Sauce. We have number HO11 Baller, Face Melter, Chic Holei, Electric Cutie, Rude Barb, Guillotina, Red Hot Toddy, AK Sliders, Aboomafu, Jim Rat, Hit List, Salty Model, Lunatic, Rizuka Bubble Yama, and Kill Macabre. And on the Ogre Outcasts is Batty Longlegs, Daryl B. Blood, Blue Barracuda, Snarly Parker, Crust Almighty, Shark Attack, Kitten Boots, Aerial Assault, Buzzkill, Rift Track, Sasbury, Sankbite, Katarina Hit, Weird Val, Bay Slater, and Pirate Queen. And the officials are back too. We need them. This will be a fun little mixer bout for everybody to do things with. Like observe. You can observe these things. My rosters are already out of date, so don't worry about that. Don't worry about this being accurate in any way, shape, or form. This is just a fun little mixer bout that we like to do because roller derby is fun and we do a lot of it. So why not do more of it?
You really should. AI robots for the extreme roller derby. I think that has good news written all over it. Okay, friends, here's the deal. This is bout number 3. It is Shrek Ogre themed.
Yep, the Shrek Ogre themed bout, the Ogre Outcasts versus the Sludge Slingers. There's the rolling whistle. So roller derby is imminent.
We're gonna do this.
Thanks for joining us here, everybody. We have so the ogre outcasts are in black and the sludge slingers are in white. If you hadn't had enough derby before, you may have enough derby today. Sludge slingers out for lead jammer status. Ogre outcasts not too far behind.
Hannah is your jammer for the Ogre Outcasts. I don't even have Hannah on my roster. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, these rosters are pretty sunk at the moment, so we'll see how all this stuff works out. And we already have an official timeout.
All of the adventures that he gets to go on with his friend Donkey.
Ah, that's why the scoreboard broke. Something went wrong with the scoreboard, so now the Mad Statter has to come up here and fix it for us. The skaters don't see that there's an official timeout that's been called, so they are raring to go. Never mind, Sass got the update. So as the officials get everything set and measured, I'll take this opportunity again to remind everybody that North Star's next bout is going to be the Northern Lights taking on the Harbor City Roller Derby next weekend at the Westman Arena in Superior. So check out the event on the Harbor City Roller Derby socials. That's in Superior, Wisconsin. Northern Wisconsin, one of my favorite places in the entire world.
I will accept that as another favorite. Prepare yourselves for just 40 minutes of me talking about Shrek right now. I'm going to be honest.
So a lot of Shrek-related trivia, etc., being relayed to the adoring masses by Loose Change, our in-house announcer.
Yeah. It's great, by the way, if you had the opportunity to see it. It either just came
So what else does everybody want to talk about?
or maybe both. I don't know.
This official timeout is rapidly approaching its conclusion after just a minute, which is pretty cool. The scoreboard is back up and running. We have our logos, and we have points on the board for the Sludge Slingers. Yay! Everybody's favorite sludge-related people.
We like a good rolling whistle. That means we're going to play some roller derby.
5 seconds is called. And away we go.
We got Sassberry out here.
The Ogre Outcast jammer is going through the pack, attempting to, and out goes the Sludge Slingers. Right? Yeah, Sludge Slingers is white. Because that's what makes sense.
Thanks, officials. I got a new roster. That's so exciting.
Well, the in-house announcer's got a new roster, and I didn't, so I know who's not getting a thank you from me. I'll still thank them. They do a lot of great stuff around here. We have a track cut penalty. And the Sludge Slingers are going to call it off after picking up blank amount of points. That number is 4. All 4 points for the Sludge Slingers, boosting their lead to 6. So you may or may not recognize certain skaters out there on the track. Another official timeout.
Official timeout. Love a good official timeout. So who wants to talk about onions? And how ogres are
The in-house announcers have now devolved into onion trivia.
so many layers.
Stuff about layers or whatever. I don't know what that has to do about an ogre movie, but nobody's corrected me on my pronunciation of a shrek. I'm going with Shrek. That sounds right. Right, away we go. Sludge Slingers trying to extend their lead. Ogre Outcasts amoebaing around, trying to ensure that their jammer is going to have enough time bought for them. Bit of a split pack here, though, for the Ogre Outcasts are shoving on the top there. Ooh, and out there, Ogre Outcasts with their very first lead jammer status of the day. And we also quickly followed by the first star pass of this contest. Yes, the name that I would like that everybody would like to hear. Buy some merch. Just accepted a star pass there for the Sludge Slingers, bringing the absolute mayhem of points to a close.
So buy some merch ended that jam as the jammer. Buy some merch.
What was the name of that jammer?
The name of that jammer was Buy Some Merch, Owen. Thanks for asking.
Just trying to egg on our in-house announcers. We're pretty close quarters here at the Expo Center on the Canterbury grounds in Shakopee. Ooh, spying some daylight on the inside there. The jammer for the Sludge Slingers. They slinging them sludges. That'll be Zaboomafoo. I'm slowly getting the skater names and numbers percolated to me from the in-house announcers. Because, again, my roster is totally shot. Uh-oh, here comes Crust trying to get Zaboomafoo to call it off, and just enough time passed. Yep, that'll be four more for the Sludge Slingers and 2 for the Ogre Outcasts.
Nobody wants to come up against Crust. I'll be honest. Ogre Outcast currently sitting at 6 points.
All right, Lunatic for the Sludge Slingers and Sassberry for the Ogre Outcasts. Everybody's all smiles on the jam line until the whistle is blown, and now everything is total business. Sassberry sustaining a hit from Jim Rat and staying in bounds, picking up lead jammer status for those Ogre Outcasts. Lunatic getting shouted at by the bench staff there. If your bench staff consists of Slasha and Pop Roxy, you will be shouted at.
4 points for Sassberry.
They just really know what they're doing, and they want you to know that they know what they're doing and to impart knowledge and information. Sass approaching the back of the pack, getting hit in the inside, and calls it off with both hands promptly. No points for either team on that pass, so the Ogre Outcasts are going to come out of that one with just 4 points.
Of that commercial for that one kind of gum from a really long time ago, and it was like that.
Aerial Assault is going to be jamming for the Ogre Outcast against Baller for the Sludge Slingers. Bit of a broken, again, not a shape, so they're kind of waiting for the jammer to figure out what they're doing. The jammer has figured out what Ariel has figured out what Ariel is doing, and that is getting around almost everybody, but they recycled on her. Poor Ariel. Here comes Baller, trying to knife her way through the middle of the pack there. Spinning and wheeling and dealing. Aerial Assault getting knocked to the back of the pack there. We're getting recycled by Buy Some Merch.
Oh, what about Buy Some Merch, Owen Money?
Buy some merch.
Buy Some Merch, who has the pivots
Baller is out
on their helmet.
for lead jammer status. It has that star on the helmet. That's how we know who she is and what she's doing.
Buy Some Merch, currently engaging with the Ogre Outcast.
Baller picking up 4 points for the Sludge Slingers.
Meanwhile,
Blue Barracuda may be having some kind of wardrobe malfunction.
points.
The jam is called. No points on that jam for either one.
No points on that last pass. Gonna be 10-12.
Pausing for a skater down. All right, everybody's back on their feet, and we're back to the action. It'll be riff track for the ogres and 28 for the sludges. Sludges? Slingers. Isn't slinger a slang term for lizard in Australia? I don't know. I don't learn a whole lot out here, folks. Riff track versus slider. Here we go. Big old scrum, good old-fashioned roller derby beat 'em up. In the middle there, AK Slider was able to get to the front of the pack, but almost certainly committed a track cut. Yep, there she goes to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box. Allowing enough time for Riff Trap to get out for lead jammer status. All right, bit of a in-house mic malfunction. We've got a back block penalty being charged to AK Slider, which means that the rest of the ogres are going to barrel on in there and try to provide some offense for their ogre jammer riff track. No pack. Somebody's going to get a blocking out of play penalty. Failure to reform is going to get called on Pyrat, one of our visiting skaters from Med City. Thanks to Med City for making the trek up here to bout against us. Always lovely to have new friends, make new friends, meet old one, re-meet old ones, and all that sort of stuff. Riff Track is battling her way through that wall of sludge. Yeah, that works. I like that. That'll be, yep, Riff Track once again. Here comes AK Slider out of the box, gonna fight some ogres. Sludge versus ogres, classic stuff. There are no fewer than two Shrek Shrieks? Shriek. That sounds wrong. Bunch of ogres around here, folks. Be careful. They're universally cranky.
Oh my goodness. We've got Miko.
And absolutely terrible manners.
Number 1 fan, Sasberry.
Oh, we have Miko jamming against Miko's number 1 fan, Sasberry. So we'll find out whether or not they just like stand there and hug the whole time. I guess we've already figured it out, and they're just going to jam instead. Miko's able to take advantage of some chaos there and pick up lead jammer for the Sludgies. Yeah, I'm going with Sludgies. Keeping that one. Right, the ogres are reforming their wall to battle the sludgy jammer.
Well, Sasberry caught behind that wall of Guillotine, Lunatic, Face Melter, and
Yeah, there it goes. Sasberry out around the sludge wall. Miko being told to call it, and call it she does. What a nice jammer. Listening to your bench staff, that's nice. 3 more for the Sludgies. And we have another lead change. So that'll be, well, no, excuse me, a lead. Well, it is a lead change because the lead changed to nobody being in the lead. So I'm still right. If you want to fight me, get in the comments. All right. All right, we have 1,300 Katarina hit jamming against Buy Some Merch
oh, hey, look, it's buy some merch. Buy some merch.
for the Sludgies.
Slingers.
Merch getting it to the outside, which buys enough time for Katarina hit to get through to the front. And here comes Buy Some Merch. Buy Some Merch trying to, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to describe that without getting DMCA'd. Or what is it, the parental committee getting after me? I don't know.
Causing Katarina hit to call off that jam.
Buy Some Merch makes Katarina hit call off the jam.
Hey, Owen, who was the name of that jammer?
Buy some merch!
Buy some merch, thanks. Do you think people are sick of the joke yet?
Listen, all we want you to do is buy some merch. We're all trying to get rich and famous out here, which is why we all joined roller derby in the first place. I think that is a universal thing among all people who play roller derby, is that we're all in it for the fame and riches. So it's all up to you. We've done our part. We joined roller derby. Now you have to give us all of your money. Pretty standard operating procedure. I'm pretty sure all of this is transactional anyhow. Anyways, there goes Nymphadora Bonks out for the Ogres, picking up lead jammer. Obviously a pretty even contest thus far, all being knotted up at 17. The sludge wall getting all sludgy up there, trying to make the ogre not go any further. Hit list is going to go back and try to put some offense to get Zabumafu to get free. Nymphadora Bonks doing very well on the inside of the lane of that track. Here comes Zabumafu, just has to beat Sasberry and does. Completes that initial pass is complete, so Bonks has a choice. She can continue fighting Sludge, or she'll just call it off.
Shark attack taken. The advice from the bench. Calling it off.
Cat versus Coli is a battle as old as the rocks themselves. And yet, just like rocks, wildly entertaining. New jammer base layer here for the Ogres. Trying to fight some sludge. Who's number 711? Reizuka Bubble Yum is number 711 there for the Sludgies. And base layer able to, almost found some daylight there, but away goes. There goes the Sludgies there trying to score some points. Can't have any Ogres beating them. Guillotina doing a great job blocking out there in front for the Sludgies. Keep that sludge wall up and running. But there goes base layer. Med City Jammer, love to see it. Al's Reizuka Bubble Yum picking up some points for the Sludges and calling it off. Reizuka, Zabumafu, Nymphadora Bonks, all these names are somehow getting mashed into one name in my brain. So if I do get anybody's name wrong, I do apologize. It is my fault, not yours, not theirs. I can't read or remember stuff. Baller versus Cat. Here we go. Cat trying to fight through a wall of sludge. And comes out squeaky clean. Picking up lead jammer status for the Ogres. Hot on their heel is yet another sludgy. This time it's Baller. Just about 15 feet behind. The pack has stopped, and so has this jam. Katarina hit exchanging some words, or at least delivering some words towards the direction of the sludge bench. There's a phrase you didn't think you'd ever hear, sludge bench. Yes, go Kathy. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
What I thought our Dead Possum merch was about. It's fantastic merch. If you haven't seen it,
All right, jam number 13 is underway. A penalty is already being called. We have a track cut being called on AK Slider, unfortunately. Sliding their way around the outside to the penalty box. Somebody got hit in the face. But, that'll be hit list committing the high block. Hannah, great Ogre name, picking up lead jammer for the Ogres. Ooh, and then getting run to the outside by that wall of sludge and taking a seat on the outside of the track before getting back up. Hannah's being flapped at. Now jumping jacked at. Yep, there we go. Jumping jack works again. What do you know? They're trying to trap that jammer in the box, and trap them they do. So we're going to start out on a Museum Services Power Jam for the Ogres. Still a close contest, 27-21. Ogres on top of the sludge. Yeah, and Sass is going to start on that Museum Services Power Jam. Going back and forth, looking at some offense, finding some offense, and finding lead jammer. AK Slater out for the Sludgies. And running right into Pyrat. Looking for a star pass, but didn't realize that the pivot was behind her, which is always a bummer. And Sass is out for more points for the Ogres. Ogres beating the sludge into a thin paste here so far. I was just searching for anything to talk about. Again, close contest. Everybody's doing well. Hit list is accepting the star pass. Miko is getting a hug from her biggest fan, and Sass is calling it off for the Ogres. Or as the Spanish say, Los Hogares. Again, if you have any corrections that you would like to make, please do so in the comments. Lunatic for the Sludgies versus Katarina hit on the Ogres. Katarina eyeing up that gap that got quickly closed, and then that gap turns into a trip to the out of bounds by Jim Rat, trying to keep her balance. Oh, staying in bounds and on at least one skate is Lunatic. And a lead jammer status for the Sludgies, looking to score some points and close the gap. Only 14 points, not so bad. Oh, that's Lunatic just slightly going out of bounds and trying to, there's a directional play penalty also being called there on Jim Rat, but Lunatic was able to call it off before picking up that track cut. Lucky her. And picking up 3 points in the process. Well done, Sludge. We have Zabumafu versus Bonks, Nymphador Bonks. Bonks as an ogre. Boomafu is a Sludgy. Sludgy is starting without their pivot, so Zabumafu out there all on their sludgy little lonesome. No one to pass it to. There goes Bonks for lead jammer status for the Ogres. And Zabumafu trying to take advantage of some red hot toddy offense. Face Melter calling for a brace there. Finally gets one. And is not quite able to get to the outside to stop Nymphadora Bonks from picking up 4 more points, extending that ogre lead. But Zabumafu is out for not lead jammer. Calling it is Bonks after picking up 4 more points. Just trying to chase down Bonks just a little bit, just to be like, yo, we're still doing stuff here, you guys. It's great. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun, chat? Chat, hello? I'm sure you're there. I'm sure you're watching on your smart TVs or something so you can't actually use a keyboard. It's literally the only explanation why nobody has corrected me on the pronunciation of that weird onion donkey Shrek movie. And I don't know Spanish. I don't know that it's Los Hogares. I don't know anything. Correct me in chat. It's great. Oh, we have a back block penalty being assessed to Miko Mitsas. That's Snarly Parker taking one for the team there. Team there being the Ogres. Miko hustling it to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box, and it's another Museum Services Power Jam for the evening. This time it's going to be for the Ogres. Sank Bite. Trying to fight through the sludge. That's Reizuka, Guillotina, and Hit List. AK Slider there, providing the bridge counts. We all love a good bridge count. Slash is just yelling at people for reasons only known to her. That is a very well done apex dance there by Sankbite, able to keep those wheels just in bounds. And there goes Miko Meatsauce into the fray, committing a back block and going back to the Ben and Briggs penalty box. A special treat for those of us who are in high enough visibility, resolution, high enough fidelity, etc. to see it. Bandit and Briggs penalty box does have a giant picture of Bandit and Briggs taped to the wall behind it. So something to look forward to whenever you commit a penalty. Reizuka Bullium trying to make sure that Sankbite can't get through that wall. Sankbite being flapped at. Countdown to jumping jacks. Oh, that didn't happen. Hey, and Miko Mitsas got out of the jammer box, and everybody is thrilled. Good for you, sludgies. Oh, that's the first half. What do you know? So at the end of the first half, we've got the Ogre Outcasts putting a bit of distance between them and the sludge, 47-24. So thanks, everybody, for sticking with us. We've only got one more half of roller derby, and then we can all go back to giving everybody the good word of roller derby, telling them to give us all of your money, and telling everybody about North Star Roller Derby. Yeah, get a final bevy, get a nice jog, brisk walk around the house, whatever you want to do. Apartment building, block. Go count the stars? No, it's only it's 8:30, so the stars might be out. So go count some of those and come on back. In any case, we have 13 minutes and 56 seconds and counting until the final half of the entire day. After this, you can do whatever you want. Thank you for doing your duty and watching roller derby for the entire day. We will be right back in 13 minutes. Thanks for the kind words, Grin. Bye, everybody. See you in a bit.
Oh, you're more than 5 and a half then.
And we're back. Aha, you thought I'd miss it. How wrong you were. Any corrections again, feel free to chat.
That was a new whistle.
Somebody has a new whistle. Isn't that exciting? The only thing that's keeping us from doing anything is the scoreboard, and it's going to be great. Little scoreboard malfunction while we're all going to Funky Town.
Baller, we need somebody to dance. Baller, why aren't you dancing? Come on.
All if you need somebody to dance, the only thing that you need to do is say, "Baller, why aren't you dancing?" And then you'll get worms. You'll get worms, you'll get breakdancing, you'll get pratfalls. What else she got? Oh, she's got skating back to her chair. That's fine too. While we're fixing the scoreboard, I would like to thank you one and all again for joining us on the new virtual home of North Star Roller Derby, youtube.com/at North Star Roller Derby. It has been a pleasure to yak at you all for these past, oh my God, 4 hours and 41 minutes and counting.
Ogre Town. That's the song, right? I want to take you to Ogre Town.
Our in-house announcers are making up lies.
Ogre Town.
Funky Ogre Town.
Listen, I'm not going to sing. You don't want that from me.
And the bout is led. Everything's happening all at once. And there goes Katarina, hit for the Ogres. And the sludgy little gym rat is going to the box for a track cut penalty. Who could blame that sludgy little gym rat? It was so chaotic there at the front. Oh, a cheeky little hit out there by Salty Maud against Katarina Hit. Sludgy's not too happy about the score. Let's see if they will do something about it. Oh, there goes Katarina Hit out for 4 more points, and there goes Salty Maud again.
Nice hit to the outside there by Salty.
Katarina Hit is going to use this opportunity to call off the jam.
Just growl of frustration coming from Jim Red in the penalty box. Getting stuck.
Jim Rat getting stuck in the penalty box by presumably somebody who loves her. I guess roller derby do be a business. And we're in the business of asking people to buy some merch from us. Here comes Riff Track for the Ogres. Trying to extend this lead, and away she goes. Riff Track is through with the lead jammer status. Excuse me, that's they. They are out. Speaking of things that are out, Jim Rat is finally out of the penalty box and skating around in circles, as you do in roller derby. Riff being told to call it, but I'm pretty sure that's at least 1 point. Yep, for the Sludgies, and 4 more for the Ogres. 4 for Orgor. Oh, I'm so sorry that I said that. That was just a bunch of nonsense. Again, the best ogre name out there, Hannah, is jamming against Buy Some Merch.
What about buy some merch? Is that buy some merch? Oh, look, it's buy some merch.
Buy Some Merch, waving at the camera.
Online indeed.
I wonder what committee Buy Some Merch works for. Right now she's working for the Sludgies Get Some Points committee. Hannah trying to pick her way through the walls of Sludgies and Ogres. Cute little apex hop there by Buy Some Merch. Staying in bounds and picking up some points and whittling away at this lead that the Ogres have built up for themselves.
She finds her way through.
Nymphadora Bonks gets Nymphadora bonked to the ground there, and here comes Sassberry trying to waylay some Buy Some Merch. Star Pass has been completed. Sank Bite is going to be the new jamming ogre. And Buy Some Merch is going to hit the deck and hit her hips and get 3 more points and call it off. Yep, 3 whole points for the Sludgies, so that's chipping away at it. 20 to, keep updating the scoreboard on me and I don't know what's going on. 19-point lead now for the Ogres. Electric Cutie staring down Katarina Hit. Some friendly sludge on Ogre sludge talking. We'll call it sludge talking, keep it PG-13. Electric Cutie opting not to take the offense provided by Salty Mod. And if you know Salty Mod, she's all about providing offense. There is a tweet. And we don't know what the tweet is for. Yes, we do. Salty Mod going to the box, the Brandon and Briggs penalty box, and now it'll be only 3 blockers that Katarina Hit needs to get around. Ooh, not much of a shape there being provided by the Slushies and Sludgies. And where they go. Katarina Hit picking up more points, and Electric Cutie. Last person to beat is Crust. Face Melter attempting to provide some offense, and Electric Cutie goes right into Crust. Sludge and Crust. Oh, another hit to the inside by Crust. The hat is off, and Salty Mod is the pivot and is way behind Electric Cutie. Electric Cutie sees her, a cheeky little star pass as she's driving by, and the star pass is completed. What a pass, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're all here to see, is brilliant star passes. Love to see them. Yep, crowd loves it. Salty loves it. There's a sassy ogre out there trying to jam against a sludgy Zaboomafoo. 5 seconds is called. Derby is imminent. And away we go. Sass nearly had an inside line there, but Jim Rat stopped her. But there goes Sass anyway. And a large pile up there for the Sludgies. Here comes Zaboomafoo. Meeting the shoulder of Weird Val, who will be going to the box for an illegal hit. Away goes the Zaboomafoo, and Sassberry is going to be going to the Bandit and Briggs penalty box, so this is going to be a Museum Services Power Jam. Power Sludge. If that's not a genre of music, it really should be. It sounds great. Zaboomafoo able to get back on her skates and get out for 4 more points. Approaching the back of the pack. Everything's all settled up. Some offense there being applied, and Zaboomafoo able to stay on one skate and inbounds despite the defensive attempts from Aerial Assault and Rift Track. Pyrat Queen, Weird Val, Shanky B-Word, and Aerial Assault and Rift Track trying to keep the Sludgies from scoring any additional points. Sass is out with an ogre vengeance and is going all the way through that pack slowly but surely. Knocked to the outside and goes back to the inside, not to the inside, and run all the way back there by Rude Barb. And about as far back as you could possibly get is Rude Barb dragging that ogre. Back to the inside. Zaboomafoo having about as much luck up in front. Sassberry trying the old, I'll just shove him. You all know that move. If you don't know that move, just let me know in chat. All right, the natural conclusion of that jam has occurred, and everybody goes home. Big difference there. The Ogre's going home with 4 additional points and only 1 more point for the Sludgies, but the Sludgies came out on top of that jam. Nymphadora Bonk's going to be the ogre of jamming. The jamming ogre. And Baller are going to be the sludgy jammer. There's the whistle. Away they go. Baller does a sneaky little thing where she goes from one side of the track to the other and picks up lead jammer status in a big hurry, whereas Nymphadora Bonks is still trapped behind hit list, buy some merch, and Reizuka Bubblegum. Easy pass there for, well, maybe not easy, but at least 4 points in a hurry for Baller. Nymphadora Bonks taking advantage of some broken up walls there. And Baller able to put 4 more points on the board. If you're rooting for the Sludgies, time to get out your rally caps. It's 11 and a half minutes left in the second half. There's a completed star pass. So the new ogre of jamming is Buzzkill. Baller calling it off with both hands after picking up a 12-point jam for the Sludgies. Miko is going to be jamming for the Sludgies, and here comes Bayslayer for the Ogres. Ogres taking the back of the pack. Sludgies can take the front. If there's anything you know about Sludge, you should always keep it in the front. If you know what that means, let me know in chat. Miko battling her way and staying in bounds, not until she put her right foot out of bounds. She almost had that. That was very, very close. That's going to be a back block penalty, almost certainly. Oh, a forearm going to be called on Bayslayer. You know, either way, trip to the Bandit Briggs penalty box so that Miko can have a Museum Services power jam, looking for some offense from her skaters who are, you know, just kind of sludging around. Miko being held in bounds by Electrocutie. Miko trying to get around Daryl B. Blood on the Ogres. Another shove, another friendly shove there from Electrocutie. Jammer is already standing. So this Museum Services Power Jam is Jammer is now out. So this will be Bayslayer re-entering the fray. And lead Jammer is still open. It's been a long day, so if something happened in the last 20 seconds I don't remember about, or don't remember. Here goes Salty Mud, not quite committing a track cut, but nearly did. On her way to becoming the new Sludgy Jammer. Bowling into the entire back of the pack there is Sludgy Mod. And out goes Ogarina Hit. Double star pass. Check your bingo cards. Buy a lottery ticket, whatever you do, when you see that kind of wacky nonsense going on. Salty Mud taking it to Weird Val, Shanka B-Word, and the rest of the Ogres to get 4 points for the Sludgies, but Katarina not too far behind with 4 points of her own. Decent offense there being played by the Sludgies. Let's find out if Salty got any points on that kick out. Nope, just the one, whereas the Ogres picked up 2. Only 11 points separating these two teams. Sludge Slingers mounting a comeback here. Reizuka Bubbleyum trying to keep the momentum going, and Aerial Assault trying to stop the momentum. Aerial Assault for the Ogres. Bubbleyum for the Sludgies. Aerial Assault able to make quick work at the middle of that pack, but not before Jim Rat comes back out to the top, tries to knock her to the inside, is unsuccessful. But here comes Reizuka Bubbleyum, so we'll have a little foot race, a little jammer on jammer action. Aerial Assault just a couple of steps ahead of Reizuka Bubbleyum. Reizuka Bubbleyum has the inside track and will overtake Aerial Assault, at least for the duration of this straightaway. And everybody's back to normal, basically, or back to neutral. Reizuka able to maintain her footing and stay in bounds. Aerial Assault getting out to the outside. Aerial has lead jammer status and is being flapped at by Hoff, who is definitely getting his shoulder workout today. Countdown to Hoff jumping jacks. There's another 4 points there for the Sludgies. We're whittling away. Aerial is not looking at her bench staff whatsoever, much to the Sludgies' delight. Sludgy Delight asks for that at your next malt shop visit. Reizuka Bubbleyum getting some offense provided, but not being able to take advantage of it. Jim Rat taking advantage of some friendly fire on the Ogre side of things. Everybody's doing the Angels in the outfield over there at the Ogres bench. Or was it Rookie of the Year where they did the arm flap thing? Correct me in chat. What a big old jam there for your sludgies. That'll be a 12-point jam to just the 4 of the Ogre Outcasts, and that was almost a lead change at the end of that one. But we're going to continue on with jam number 9. We're going to be putting the Ogre Hannah up against Buy Some Merch. Buy Some Merch squeaking to the outside there, picking up lead jammer status in just under 5 seconds. Pretty quick lead jammer status. A giant scrum there happening, and a giant hit being committed by Baller there against Hannah. And Buy Some Merch has passed the pack and has scored 4 points. So we are tied. Oh no, it's a lead change. Everybody, I'm not looking at scoreboards too often. I'm looking at we have a track cut penalty. We have a track cut penalty being called on the Ogre Hannah. Going to the Brandon Briggs penalty box and Museum Services Power Jam for Buy Some Merch. Yeah, you got to bust out those wallets, folks. NorthstarRollerDerby.com's pretty lonely without anybody out there buying some merch. Buy some merch and look better. That's all I got to say. 4 more points for Buy Some Merch. Another 4 points. The tables sure have turned here for the sludgies. Hannah is out of the box now, so the Museum Services Power Jam has come to a conclusion, and the Bandit and Briggs penalty box is now clear. Buy Some Merch being told to just go for it. Star Pass has been committed by the Ogres, and Hitlist has sank all the way out to the outside of the track. Sank is going back to the middle. Try our luck there. Buy Some Merch, meanwhile, is able to scoot by. Ooh, the seeking hips of Daryl B. Blood. And picking up 4 more points. 10 seconds left on the jam. Let's see if any additional points are accumulated by anybody. Here comes that merch. And there goes 4 more points and calls it off. 4 more merchy little points for your sludgies. The words coming out of my mouth for this final bout are something that I'm sure my parents will be very proud of. I hope they're watching. 24 is the new highest scoring jam of the evening, if our in-house announcers are to be believed. Here comes new jammer Red Hot Toddy for the sludgies. Red Hot Sludgy. Oh, no. Oh, my parents are so proud. There she goes, Red Hot Toddy out for the sludgies, picking up lead jammer status, and Katarina Hit just now getting out of the pack. Katarina just about 50 or so feet behind Red Hot Toddy. Red Hot Toddy approaching the back of the pack at speed. Calling it off with both hands. Any points for the Ogres? We're waiting. Nope, Manny Shovett says no. No points for the Ogres. And 1 point for the sludgies. 1 point for the sludgies. That's better. Here we go. We got Reizuka Bubblegum once again approaching the jammer line as a jammer for the sludgies, and Nymphadora Bonks trying to get the sludgies to guess which way she's going to go. She's going to go to the right. And the sludgies will oblige. Nymphadora Bonks able to keep them jostling, keep them moving, looking for some seams. Reizuka Bubblegum trying the old shove them till they fall over routine. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it's illegal. So far it's working. All the way to the back is Reizuka Bubblegum. There goes Nymphadora Bonks for a lead jammer status for the Ogres, trying to stop the, trying to get that lead back. They're only 22 points down, so anything can happen. What's happening there is Nymphadora Bonks just kind of weaving her way through the conga line of sludge. And whom amongst us? Who amongst us has not woven their way through a conga line of sludge? We have a new jammer for the Ogres. That's Buzzkill. And returning jammer for the sludgies is Baller. Ogres are starting 1 Ogre down in the blocking regimen. That'll be guest skater Pyrat Queen. sitting in the Bandit and Briggs penalty box. Hannah trying to keep Baller from scoring any points or getting lead jammer status, but it is far too late for that. That sludge has sailed. Big hit there by Ogre Hannah, able to knock Baller to the outside. Coming right back in, parallel to the hips, totally legal, I think. We'll find out when somebody corrects me in chat. No corrections, cool. I am infallible. I am the all-knowing voice of everything. Baller goes to the outside, back to the inside on that apex, taking advantage of that oblong track and the strange dimensions. Sank Bite has apparently accepted a star pass. Baller trying to sprout wings and fly over that apex without much success, but calls it off anyway. Keeps the Ogres pointless. I should say scoreless. There's definitely a point to Ogres. If you know what that point is, tell me in chat. Electric Cutie jamming against Rift Track. The hugs are because they like each other. They are teammates on the home teams, the Violent Friends. 111 Sludgies, 85 for the Ogres. Brain work good. Few Ogres hit the deck there, so Electric Cutie trying to take advantage. Electric Cutie trying to get around Katarina hit, not happening. Trying to get around Weird Val recycles. And we go back to watching jammers do jammer things and blockers do blocker things. Reizuka Bubble Yum was retreating in an attempt to provide some offense, but Electric Cutie trying to get around Crust Almighty, and as a jammer, a nice little hop there trying to get around, but unfortunately there was a Katarina hit in the way. But you know who's not in the way is Salty Mod. There's nobody in front of Salty Mod, so that was a very successful star pass. Trying to get the Ogres from scoring any more points. They've already scored as many as they want, so they will call off the jam. Rift Track calls it out both hands. That's 4 more points for the Ogres, and that's the unofficial score. 89 for the Ogres and 111 for the Sludgies. A dynamic, nail-biting, mud-slinging comeback for the Sludgies. Congratulations to our victors. You in chats, you have won the day by watching 4.5 hours of roller derby, 5 hours of roller derby. And we are all the victors here this evening at the Expo Center at the Canterbury Downs in Shakopee. Thank you for joining all of us. Thank you to all of our skaters. Extra special thank you to all of our guest skaters from Minnesota Roller Derby, and most importantly, Med City, for making the trek to run into each other and make new friends and reestablish old ones. All right, everybody on chat, feel free to swing on down and help us stack up some chairs, rip up some tape, buy some merch. Merch booth is still open. I turned around and it's closed. So NorthstarRollerDerby.com is your only place for now to buy merch until they open up a merch booth at the Harbor City Bout next week, excuse me. Again, if I'm wrong, correct me in chat, but that is exactly how I would have done it. Thank you, everybody. Good night.